good about seeing you if you raise your hand. We'll count on maybe Kevin Iflin to kind of get my attention, but Councilmember Tidswell, if you want to be heard, please feel free to just say something. You won't be interrupting us, okay? All right, well then, tonight we have 3 items on our agenda. After each one is an opportunity for public comment. So if you're here with us and you'd like to comment on any of those items, just wait until the appropriate time. And if you don't have a copy of the agenda, there should be one back on the cart there. And then if you're interested in something that is not on our agenda, you can wait until the end of our meeting and we'll have public comment on non-agenda items at the very end. Before we jump into our first item, which is the sober living houses discussion, I'll just note that since we met 2 weeks ago now, there have been several high-profile incidents of serious criminal behavior that understandably received a lot of media attention. For example, on May 23rd, a man wanted for assaulting a woman with a gun tried to evade police, refused to surrender after negotiations with the police, and eventually was shot and killed when he moved toward the police officers while pointing his gun at them. On May 26, a man armed with a handgun in the Heights is alleged to have held members of his family hostage during a standoff with police that, fortunately, after a number of hours, was resolved without anyone being physically harmed. On May 30th, a 19-year-old suspect first fled from a traffic stop and later fired at police officers through his windshield. A police officer was wounded, and the suspect was eventually killed near Burnstead Drive when he got out of his car and fired multiple times at officers. On May 31st, a suspect was shot in the leg in the vicinity of Garden Avenue, and the shooter was later apprehended. These local events, of course, come on the heels of the national tragedies that occurred in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. On behalf of our community, I want to acknowledge that these and other incidents take a heavy toll on crime victims, our neighborhoods, police officers, and the families of everyone involved, all of whom deserve our condolences. I'd also like to ask our city administrator, and if he thinks it appropriate, Chief St. John, who is with us, whether they have any updates on these or other recent events, and give them the opportunity to comment further if they'd like to before we jump into our regular agenda. Chris?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I've asked Chief St. John if he could be here to provide an update. Very much appreciate how quickly the chief is to have press conferences. I know that not everybody gets to see those, but they are available. If you miss them, no, they're available out there online, repeating some of the things that we all know, right? None of our officers want to find themselves in a situation that they found themselves in these past 2 weeks. None of them do. It's tragic on all sides. And applaud the effort, as the mayor pointed out, where one of these incidences very, very likely could have ended similar to some of the others, but thankfully didn't. Our officers really do exercise a tremendous amount of patience and skill. Unfortunately, some of these end not exactly the way any of us would want them to. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chief to give you kind of an update on things and kind of status here in Billings.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor, Council, good evening. I'll allow, I mean, you pretty much had the fact set right, Mayor, and I'll just make myself available for questions on that. But a few overarching comments, if I may, before we get to that. And that is that the men and women of the police department are well aware that our community is very concerned with violent crime, and we share that concern as well. We want everyone to know that we will continue to emphasize our efforts on our 3 strategic objectives to include reducing violent crime, specifically assault, robbery, and weapons complaints. It may not seem like it of late, but violent crime is down 17% compared to the same period last year. That's due in part to the hard work of our officers and the partnerships that we developed throughout the justice system. I'm very proud of our officers' work. They've done an outstanding job combating crime and demonstrating commitment to the citizens that they serve. We are very good at arresting suspects. However, challenges remain on how to stop the crime from happening in the first place. For example, We have seen an uptick in juveniles driving around shooting guns in the air. Sometimes they hit something, usually not, but many times both the car and guns are stolen. And that begs the question, what's going on at home that either A, tolerates this or is naive to what's taking place? And it also reminds us that at the PD, we need to do a better job of educating our citizens about gun safety. And I'm not talking about where to point it, but how to best secure it in the home, how to keep them out of young people's hands, how to remove them from cars and don't advertise that there's a gun in the car, for example. Simple things, but they can help. In many of our shooting cases, we find that people do not know how to disagree. Teens in particular escalate quickly and guns are brought to bear to settle disputes. Domestic abuse drives aggravated assault cases. We saw a 4% increase in strangulation cases over the same period in 2021. And we have strategies in place, but there is more work to be done. And we're not relying solely on our department's personnel and capabilities. We are partnering with other agencies to amplify our response. These partners include other local, state, and federal enforcement agencies, our prosecutorial agencies, and our social services partners. I ask that everyone in the community also be watchful and share information on what they know. These crimes do not occur in a vacuum, and people in our community have information, and that is critical to the successful resolution of those cases. Billings will not be defined by the actions of a few bad actors. We will work tirelessly at the police department to prevent that crime and bring people to justice. We do that through the resources that you and the citizens have given us. We are blessed. You will not hear us complain about what we don't have. We will do what we need to do with what you've allowed us. Resolve, from the officers on the street to the detectives working the cases to you and your support of the police department, and then reassurance. We want to reassure the citizens that Billings is safe. It's a great place to raise your family. Things that are taking place are isolated. When you look at the 2 officer-involved shootings, they just happened where they happened. It wasn't a particular area that was ravaged by crime. They just happened there. The similar incident a couple years ago on the West End, it just happened there. So, as we move forward through these things, we definitely have challenges. But we're up to it, and we've made progress, as I indicated, 17% across the board reduction. That's some pretty good work in a short time that we've had safety levy resources on board, and we're still struggling with that. So that's the overview, Mayor. Thank you for that. If there's any particular questions about anything you referenced or anything in general, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, Chief. I see a couple here. I'm just going to start off with one. It's more about what happened in Uvalde, Texas. It's appearing more likely that there was a major communication breakdown between information coming into the 911 dispatch center and the incident commander who was in charge. Do we have protocols in place or mechanisms to make sure that similar communications breakdown doesn't happen in Billings?
Mayor, we certainly do. We have redundant systems. We have the way our system's set up. You have the containment team, if you will, the one that's actually working on the problem, an inner perimeter, an outer perimeter. So there, at some point in time, there'll be an incident command, depending how long something goes. So you have multiple layers of communication. The thing that we do very well at the police department, and we have brought the fire department in on this particular response, is we have pushed decision-making down to the lowest level. And all our officers know that they have the authority to take action. They're well-trained, they know what the protocols are, and they do not have to wait for me or anybody else to tell them what they need to do. So we pushed decision-making to the lowest level, which makes us react very quickly and very nimble in these type of situations. Having the dispatcher directly call the incident or the commander on scene that's dealing with the problem, it's going to take a couple of people to get that information. He's obviously busy with that, but there are redundant systems for that. And again, not being down there, a lot of different dynamics, but again, we train to a standard. The standard that we train to is an active shooter situation. That's the absolute worst thing that can happen. Everything else is below that. And we train with our partners. We train with our fire department. They got all sorts of equipment now. They come with us to help with things. And so we are well, we're well set to deal with one of those situations, God forbid.
Okay, thank you. Hey, I saw Councilmember Neese's hand first, Councilmember Boyette, and Purrington and Shrieky.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, we really appreciate what the officers did and the restraint they did up in the episode up in the Heights, where they were able to subdue that and bring that to a resolution. We feel and we pray for the officer that was shot, and we also need to remember those officers who had to fire and discharge their firearms. That's a tough decision to have to make, and I want you to know that we pray for them and make sure that they're okay with what they've had to do, and we look forward to seeing back on duty. I want to reference an email I sent you because I was concerned a little bit about the number of force that showed up, which was appropriate. But also concerned about, how the citizens felt safe during the incident, around the rest of the city, because when you suddenly have a lot of officers moving to one incident, then it appears that there could be openings elsewhere, as well as how I appreciated the information officer letting the residents know that they were still safe as far as what our current duties are. Can you expound a little bit on that as far as how the rest of the city was protected and how they continue to be protected during this shortage while some of these officers are off?
Yeah, certainly, Council Member. Thank you for the question. And it is not just this particular situation. We've had other critical incidents withdraw almost all of our resources to the incident to get it stabilized and sort things out. It is incumbent, and as I indicated in my email, is that's how we're wired, is that we're going to go to where the problem is to try to help. And it is incumbent upon the supervisors when they get there to make sure that the scene is secure, that we have perimeters set up, that we've done what we have able to canvass the neighborhood before we turn it over to detectives, and then we will kick people loose if they are not needed. It's incumbent upon them to do that. In the meantime, what we have is really, if you want to put pen to paper, it's in mutual aid, in MCA, unwritten agreements and rules and understandings with the sheriff's office and the highway patrol, that they automatically come in town and backfill for us, and we do the same for them if they have an incident. So we will have for example, a handful of officers that didn't get tied down in an incident. We will have troopers and deputies will come into town. The dispatch center will prioritize calls if we have a finite number. But I will tell you that anyone's emergency call will get answered. It may not be the same color uniform you're looking at, but it will not go unanswered. Non-priority calls, we prioritize those now. And so you may get a delayed response or deferred to another day to speak of. So that is shortly after the fact. Once we get stabilized and have kicked as many people loose as we can, then we take an assessment. In this particular case, we brought two officers in from the day shift to handle the staffing. So we basically had 9 by bringing 2 people in once we freed everybody up. And then throughout this, of course, the timing was good for us. School is out. That freed up 9 school resource officers. We did take the canines and the step officers and put them in a beat rather than let them roam around and do what they do, and minimized our necessity to bring in people minimum staffing. So there was a total of 4 times we brought individuals in, nights twice, afternoons once, and then we stabilized. So minimal cost, very, very flexible. And again, it's because of the resources you've allowed us to have. As I indicated in my email, that particular day, we had 28 officers on. So that is 2 overlapping shifts per CPSM recommendations. They wanted us to create a swing shift of some sort. That didn't work for us, but what did work for us was to load up numbers on afternoon shift. Afternoon shift was on, night shift was on. We had 28 that particular time. That wouldn't be possible without yours and the citizens' support. There's your resources. And obviously most helpful in getting that large complex scene taken care of. Did that answer your question, Council Member? Maybe
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, there was an email that went around, I think you did it, that indicated there were like 19 officers on house duty or whatever it may be. Can you respond how that affected your ability to then to maintain normal workload?
Certainly, Council Member. Again, what pretty much the same answer as for Council Member Neese. So the 19 total is two shootings. So we had 6 in one and then 13 in the other. We expect to get the 6 from the first shooting back this week or early next week once they get done with all their admin processes and everything is okay and nobody needs extra time. So we'll get them back. Again, as referenced in my opening comments, we have 3 high-profile incidents in a very, very acute, compacted time frame. And what it really demonstrated was how flexible, how resilient this department is, how everybody would step up to help out, and how we are able to pivot and provide day-to-day service with existing resources with only having to pay overtime calling people in 4 times. If you spread it out a little bit, I mean, it's, you still have the same thing, but what that makes Billings look like we're under total, being overrun and total anarchy, and that is not the case. We just had 3 incidents that were acute in a week and a half. The 4th one you referenced, Mayor, was in the county. That was not us. The 4th one was in the county. So with everything that we did, with repurposing our specialized positions, having extra people, having numbers that we should have, allows us to absorb that 19 hit for a couple of weeks, if you will. Thank you.
Councilmember Pearson?
Thank you. And I'll just echo what Councilmember Neese said about, thoughts and prayers for all of those officers, even the ones that weren't injured physically. So my question to you is that you made the comment that you have 17% decrease in violent crime. So how would you, what is the way that you think most affected that decrease? And maybe including the resources through the public safety mill levy. So, because I know we were asking for some sort of outcome-based evidence that extra money does work.
Yeah, and I would, when I look at the categories that we measure for the violent crime, probably our biggest decreases across the board were in our sex offenses and PFMA. That was 15% in those particular areas. So we had a 20% decrease in your misdemeanor PFMA. And I have to say that that is due to the efforts of the extra investigators we have and then the work that Gina's crew is doing on their end of things. And this is exactly what was brought up in the safety levy presentations is setting the stage so people aren't reoffended or being reoffended, that you handle them once or whatnot. Again, I don't have any, the direct causation of that. I'm going to take a 20% decrease any day on the misdemeanor stuff. And I'd like to say it was for a timely and aggressive follow-up, and then, a handoff to Gina's crew doing what she needs to do. We had a 4% increase in strangulation. 4% strangulation, so that falls under our aggravated assault statute. And so again, we have some work to do there. That's a violent, terrible, terrible crime, that someone's doing to their spouse. Sex assault was down 13%. And so, again, Are we getting some education? Are we getting some intervention? Are we getting people's attention that we're not putting up with this? I'll take any of those answers as long as those numbers keep going down. Again, this is from January through May 31st, comparison with 2021. The one thing that did go up in all categories was robberies. We've had a 16% increase in robberies. I think you've seen our convenience stores are getting hit quite often. We've made some arrests, but we're still dealing with that problem. But everything else is down across the board for 17%.
Thank you very much. Chief, Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. And thank your staff for the hard work that they're putting in right now. I'm curious about one thing. Are we seeing more guns on the streets right now, or I guess more specifically in cars, than we have in the recent past?
Councilmember Tariki, yes, we are seeing guns. I think they're relatively inexpensive. They're pretty easy to get. And then that gets exacerbated when we get them stolen. And now we have people that shouldn't have them, doing things that they shouldn't be doing with them. So yeah, that we're seeing that. We firearms that were, and again, we've seen a decrease. So the cases that we investigated, that a firearm was referenced some way, shape, or form was down 33%. So, and I can correlate that, not in this report, however, on how many guns we have seized. That's just us. That's not our federal partners. That's not the other agencies. That's just us. So again, good work on the front end with that. To your question, yes, we're seeing more guns.
And we're tracking that and able to see the change over time?
Able to see what?
Are we tracking the number of guns we're seeing and able to track that over time?
We are. This report here says firearms listed in cases. And again, I have a 2020 through 2022 report.
Okay, thank you.
So we can do that. Puts us in the ballpark and give you an idea.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember
Thank you. I will be very brief. Chief, I applaud you saying that it's a goal of the department to educate citizens about gun safety. I think that hopefully is something we can all agree on. What I'm kind of curious about is what kind of capacity do you have right now to do that, and what would you be looking for in addition to run an effective campaign community-wide?
Are you going down the grant writer path again? Council member, I've got a very, very capable PR division, if you will. Lieutenant Lennox back there with the administrative sergeant do an outstanding job across the board. Sergeant West and Officer Keatley in that area too for all crime prevention stuff. And I mean, it's just putting things out on social media, little blurbs. We utilize Victoria Hill quite often for, good news stories. They don't want to hear good news stories from me. So we use her for things like that. And it's just an FYI. For example, a car that has a sticker that said this car protected by Smith & Wesson, really advertises that there may be a gun in that car. And if you don't have it secured, you run a risk of getting windows broken out. I don't want to get into the gun control and the Second Amendment and all that type of stuff, argument. But if we can do a better job securing stuff, making sure that people who are not supposed to have it don't have it, then we're going to be in better shape across the board. That's all my comments are, none of the...
Thank you. I was not trying to open the door to any kind of Second Amendment debate in any way. But just, if people are going to have guns, the least we can do is teach them to have them safely, especially to keep them out of the hands of kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I just want to have a quick comment and then a question for you. When I was at Head Start, we brought in the Crime Prevention Center and specifically Officer Keatley to go through active shooter training. And I think we worked really, really hard to try to find a hole in the contingency planning and preparedness on the part of the BPD, and there just wasn't one. It really left me very confident that you have trained your team, you have prepared your team. I specifically asked questions because our lockdown protocols say we lock the doors if there's a threat. And I said, how are you going to get in the building? And as they walked through the multiple ways that they knew how to get through doors, I knew that they had prepared for a school shooter situation. So just really kudos to your team for focusing on that kind of heartbreaking training. I know you said that we just had a couple of high-profile incidents together, but I think the truth is the community does feel like every weekend is sort of a crime spree. And so I'd like to hear from you a little bit about what more individual citizens can do to be a part of crime prevention. Because I know your team works hard on enforcement, but we all can have a part to do with crime prevention. So I heard you talk, as Councilmember Shaw, say a little bit about gun safety and education. I heard you say we have teens who lack conflict resolution skills, and there's maybe some opportunities to build that there. I know the Crime Prevention Center has documents for home safety and preparedness. What more? I know there's social media sites. We have a Heights Neighborhood Watch. I think lots of other neighborhoods do. What more can citizens do to be a part of a crime prevention effort in Billings?
Well, thank you for the comment and the question. I think the biggest thing, and it's one thing that was identified a month or so ago with our federal partners, is that we are beginning to see some apathy. And so I really, really stress that citizens need to be engaged. They need to watch out for each other. They need to call. And if you go back to our annual report where the number one call for service is suspicious, that's what we want. We want people looking out for their neighbors. Anything that is out of place, suspicious, give us a call. We can't be everywhere all the time. The thing that really rose to the top and was concerning to me was we had a SWAT raid at a house, and the night before that we went, hours before, apparently that resident was out firing a gun in the air. Nobody called because they're so used to hearing gunshots and stuff that it's just like, that's just the way it is. And that is not right. We need to not be apathetic about things like that. We need to make calls so we can get there to intervene. So that's the biggest thing. All the other things you talk about, hardening your businesses, your homes, so you don't get victimized. All the things mom and dad taught you about personal safety, walking through the parking lot, get your head out of your cell phone. I know Officer Keatley's, one of his taglines is, they just came out of nowhere. No, they didn't. They were right there. You just didn't see them because you got your head buried in the phone. So a lot of common sense type things to make it safe. And understand, we don't have a lot of control over what and where criminals decide to go. And so, be prepared for that stuff to maybe end up in your front yard or whatnot. It's nothing that we choose. Those three particular incidents were where they were.
And what about for our youth? Is Police Explorers still optional? Are you talking to SDTU about law enforcement careers and CTE? Are we showing youth that there's a future in public safety?
We certainly are. We are in the early stages of a Explorer program, putting that together. We just graduated our 30th Citizens Police Academy. I don't think they're going to sign up to be officers, but they're certainly interested in helping as volunteers, which is a force multiplier for us. We just embarked on a brand new recruiting program, and the lieutenant and the sergeant's office sounded like a casino with responses coming in for people who are interested in working for the police department. Your Citizens Police Advisory Board, that's one of their operating tenets, is to recruit, retain, and specifically minorities and Native American population. So we have that aspect going as well. So it's a full court press for us on that. And, we're not seeing the numbers come in the front door like we used to, but we always have plenty to hire.
Thank you, Chief. We probably should get on with the rest of our meeting, but we appreciate your time, especially given the urgency and the importance of this. Just as as a way to kind of leave this topic, since we have had 2 officer-involved shootings, can you just remind the public and the council the role that the Department of Corrections will play in the investigation of those or not, just so that we're reminded of that third-party involvement?
Department of Criminal Investigations, not Department of Corrections.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry. Under the AG's office,
yeah,
right?
so coming out of Montana, Department of Justice is Department of Criminal Investigations, DCI. And we generally will get started on the investigation, and then they will come in and assist, ultimately take over lead on that. Obviously, we have the resources. They have a minimum number of agents here. At the end of the day, that whole case goes to them for the third-party review. If they want some work done, they can do that. They have people assigned to it. Goes to the county attorney for review, and then there is down the road on a fatality, a coroner's inquest. That's our process here. So we do have that independent agency embedded with our investigation, taking the lead, and then ultimately they'll do the review on it. It's not the gold standard, but we've got a third-party agency in the middle of our stuff now.
Okay, thank you very much. Chief, again, appreciate it and appreciate the service of your officers in these difficult events.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that brings us then to our first item. Appreciate your patience, but I hope everybody will understand the importance of how we started our meeting today. First item up is our discussion of sober living houses. And Karen Tracy, I believe, is going to lead this discussion. So Karen, we'll just turn it over to you when you are ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to see y'all again. This council set strategies and priorities related to sober living houses. And specifically, the council's direction and goal was to collect data on sober living housing, pursue legislation, look at local regulations, approve the effectiveness of sober living housing, and improve the impacts on neighborhoods. So we've spent quite a bit of time gathering data on the sober living houses, looking at how other jurisdictions have implemented certain regulations, and we're going to give you an update on that tonight. As of right now, the best estimate as of May 25th is that there are 37 sober living houses in Billings within the city limits. If you look and see, there are some operators like Adulam House that have 12 locations, Sober Beginnings 6, Step 5, Ignatius 4, Bill Morris has 2, and then there are a few that have only 1 location each. Of these 37 sober living facilities, about 27 have registered with the city and have paid their business tax. About 10 have not. Code has been contacting these operators and reminding them of the need to register and get their business tax paid and register with the city. So we've made quite a bit of progress on that. These are located throughout the city and fairly evenly throughout the city. There is only one area that I'm aware of that has a cluster of locations, and that's 4 Adulam houses that are located just south of Montana Avenue. Those are all smaller houses, though, with very few occupants. Some of the larger sober living houses are located further out in the outskirts, but still in city limits. We also gathered data regarding how many Region 4 offenders have been living in sober housing. As of May 25th of 2022, there are about 2,500 individuals in state supervision here in Region 4. Of those almost 2,500 people, about 160 are living in sober living. Of that 160, approximately 49 are violent offenders. So that would be less than 7% of the Region 4 offenders are in sober living, and less than 2% of the violent offenders are living in sober living.
And Karen, I apologize for interrupting, but Region 4, the jurisdiction, or is that the city limits of Billings?
No, it's a larger region than that.
How large?
Is Katie here?
It looks like you've got somebody who can,
Katie is with Probation and Parole Region 4. She could actually answer this.
go ahead and shout it out or sure, come to the microphone.
There you go. Region 4 is all of Billings. It includes 12 different counties. It stretches all the way out to the eastern border. It also includes Miles City, so it's actually a really large region.
So total number of counties was how many? 12 counties. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
We're very fortunate to have her here tonight. We also looked at a 2-year period of offenders who are in Region 4. We got this data from the state of Montana. We've been mining sources of data that we could come up with, and we were able through the open records process to work with the state in getting a download of data that gave us the number of Region 4 offenders under supervision for the entire 24-month period from 2020 down to 2021. About 3,800 individuals were supervised at some point in time by Region 4. Of those people who were supervised during that 24-month period, approximately 507 spent some time living in a sober living home. There are also some federal offenders who live in sober living, and so the total number of offenders in sober living for that 24-month period was approximately 590. So when you look at those figures, that is just under 14% of the people in that 2-year period pass through sober living at some point in time. So you'll see there's a big difference in those numbers, and that's primarily due to the fact that there is a higher turnover in sober living houses for people who are under supervision. In other words, the people who are living in sober living and not on probation tend to stay longer. Those who are in under supervision in sober living tend to turn over faster. That may be because they receive up to 3 months of housing assistance. So it's a kind of a low-cost entry back into housing. If you've been incarcerated, no deposits, typically no utility deposits, and probably no credit check. Sober living homes fall at the intersection of a wide variety of laws, which make them extremely challenging to understand the whole scope of what applies to sober living homes. Those who have a substance abuse situation, who are recovering addicts that are not using, they are considered disabled people under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And with that brings a host of protections, such as their right to be free from discrimination and their right to a reasonable accommodation in terms of places to live and employment opportunities. We also have some code regulations and definitions that define how households are counted in the city of Billings. That overlaps with sober living homes. Also, community residential facilities and the Montana Constitution also bear on sober living homes. The memorandum that this council received in 2019 is still good law. A substance abuse addiction is considered a disability, and that will bear on the rest of this presentation. When enacting or applying zoning or land use laws, local governments may not act because of the fears, prejudices, stereotypes, or unsubstantiated assumptions that community members may have about current or prospective residents because of the residents' protected characteristics. Doing so violates the Fair Housing Act, even if the officials themselves do not personally share such bias. It is critical to keep this in mind as this council considers and debates and listens to all stakeholders in determining the steps to take next. Council has received input from constituents regarding their concerns about sober living houses. To acquiesce to community members based on fears, prejudices, stereotypes, or unsubstantiated assumptions is evidence of discrimination, even if these council members do not agree with those same characterizations. Also, this council should keep in mind that their comments and their communications, both oral and written, can be used as evidence of discriminatory intent in passing regulations. So there has been a perception that there has been an increase in crime related to sober living homes. At this time, that is an unsubstantiated assumption. Our crime analyst, Bobby Johnson, in the Billings Police Department is working with the data that we have and has looked at drug offenses in the areas of sober living houses. There is no causal relationship at this time that we can discern about that. She's also going to look at property crimes, assaultive crimes, to see if we can see any patterns. But at this time, the data does not support a determination that there is a causal effect between a sober living house and crime in the area. To the extent that we have people that are being released and paroled from DOC that are committing crimes in the community, that is related to the release of those people into the community and not to their residence in a sober living house. So that is one thing to keep in mind. As we get additional data, we will come back to council with an update on that. You received quite a few publications to read at your leisure about community residential facilities, and I wanted just to make sure that you were aware the industry terms community residential facilities to include sober living homes, group homes, recovery communities, halfway houses, sober living. That in the industry parlance is a community residential facility. However, the state of Montana is very specific in defining what a residential facility is, and it does not include sober living because right now the state is not regulating sober living homes. So when you read about a community residential facility in Montana, it's statutorily defined and may not be what is in the documents that we gave you. However, I do know and have been informed that the state, through administrative committees, are looking at tying funding, payments of funding, to sober living houses that are accredited as opposed to those that are not industry accredited. So some progress has been made. There's been quite a bit of dialogue. The Criminal Justice Oversight Committee has had a couple of meetings regarding sober living homes. They're trying to get input from all of the stakeholders to find out what's the best way to address the challenges where the Department of Corrections and the release of their offenders is crossing into sober living homes. The community impacts of sober living houses, we've already really covered this first row, which is the turnover of the offender population in sober living houses. And you have on the second row some of your code violations that you're well aware of that we already address: parking, abandoned vehicles, and loitering. We have online reporting if you have any constituents that have community complaints. That is a mechanism the city already provides enforcement for. Something that has probably not come up at this time is the victimization of vulnerable resident populations of the sober living homes, and I've got some of that bulleted on the next slide. You also, local governmental unit has a interest in not forming a social corridor of social services, where you would have a lot of community residential facilities clustered together in one block. One of the purposes of sober living homes is to help people become sober in a neighborhood that feels as close to a regular family as possible. So what you want is an integration of the sober living homes into communities, and that doesn't happen if they're stacked next door to each other. They actually need to be integrated into the community to be successful. Also, and this is improved lately, we've been working code and probation and parole very closely together, because the city does not have the ability to go into sober living homes and inspect them. They are functioning as families, and we do not have the ability to go in absent a warrant and inspect these facilities. However, probation and parole, because they have people that they supervise that live in these sober living homes, they do have the right to go in and check up on their offenders, and they have been generous in sharing information back with our code enforcement. So we've gathered data that way as well. These are some of the areas, and if you were able to listen to the criminal justice oversight presentation, there's some serious issues with improperly run sober living homes victimizing people who reside in them. Basically holding on to their personal possessions when they're evicted, including but not limited to their mental health medications. They do not enjoy the same landlord-tenant protections that other tenants enjoy. There can be a risk to sobriety from negative influences from people who may be leaving DOC and using sober living houses merely as transitional housing with no real incentive or desire to be sober. So there is a population and a set of stakeholders that are that should be considered in this council's decisions. One of the jurisdictions that we've been considering that was brought to our attention by Councilmember Chiriqui is what the city of Delray Beach, Florida has done. So I wanted to go over how they're handling community residences. They define their families as 4 unrelated people or fewer in a household. So if you have 4 people living together that aren't related, they're treated as any other family. There are no regulations, there are no restrictions. They can live in any single-family residence zone that they like. If it is a group of 4 to 10 unrelated people that are considered protected by the ADA, so a sober living home that has 4 to 10 people that are covered by the ADA, they are considered, let me go back. They may live in a single-family zone if they are either licensed by the state, if the state provides a licensing mechanism, or if not, if they're industry certified. And they're not within a block of another community residential facility. So if you have a group of 4 to 10, and you're accredited, and you're not unnecessarily close to another home, There's an administrative process in place for the city of Delray that will provide you a reasonable accommodation with no conditional use permit. A transitional residence, which we'll go over later, is treated differently. In a transitional residence, residency or tenancy is measured in weeks or months as opposed to months and years. And a lot of your offenders who are living in sober living housing are there merely weeks. If it is a group of over 10, which is a type of a mini institution, they have to meet all of the previous requirements, be accredited, not be too close to another residence. They have to go through the conditional use permit process, and they also have to demonstrate how that many people in one residence can function as a family. Because single-family residents of disabled people are still expected to function like a family. To compare how the city of Delray Beach's definition of a household or family compares to the city of Billings, you'll see that the city of Billings defines a household as a family, including any foster children, plus any number of unrelated persons living together in a single not-for-profit housekeeping unit sharing a common kitchen. So in any nonprofit sober living facility is going to fall under category 1, and they can have an unlimited amount of people that are unrelated as long as they fall into this definition. If they are a for-profit, then they are subject to a limit of not more than 2 adult persons per bedroom. Delray Beach took a different approach, and they have a limit of 3 unrelated people who can live together as a family. So if you have more than 3, then you're going to go to that model where they have different steps. The city of Bozeman caps their number of unrelated people in a household to not more than 4. So you'll see that our definition of household or family is a much larger population. We were also pointed toward the Tennessee approach for how they are dealing with community functioning, community housing. And this is more appropriate for an approach by the state of Montana as opposed to the city of Billings. We do not have the ability to restrict DOC placements. We do not have the ability to control how the judiciary refers probationers to facilities. We do not have the ability to restrict funding to uncertified or unlicensed facilities. So the Tennessee approach is really not something that could be used by the city of Billings. On the city of Delray Beach, again, if we went through the chart with the 3 different columns set out, but under the transitional community facility, if you have a lot of people going in and out of a sober living house, that can change the nature of a single family neighborhood. If you have people moving in and moving out, you don't form those neighboring relationships. And so the city of Delray Beach and the city of Billings could look at those applications a little bit more closely. So if you have a residence that is 75% offenders who are only there for their 3 months while their subsidy is available, you could look at those and require a conditional use permit in addition to the accreditation or state licensing and the spacing requirement. The reasonable accommodation, again, 10 or more, the applicant has the burden of showing how they could function on a case-by-case basis. And this would be a function that if we adopted it, would fall within our planning and zoning unit to determine if a reasonable accommodation was warranted. You have stakeholders that would be affected if the city of Billings decided to cap the number of non-related people in a household. It will have an effect on various people for various purposes. It will affect property owners who can maybe no longer rent their property to 4, 5, 6 college students because it's in a single-family neighborhood. Those people would not be related, and that would hamper the ability of a property owner to rent. Residents may have to pay more for housing, sober living operators and residents. And so these are the people who would be impacted by your potential policy decisions. To move forward and to look at adopting an approach such as the city of Delray Beach, Florida did, we would have the upfront work in drafting or amending our ordinances and definitions, both from the Planning and Community Services and the City Attorney's Office. There would also, I'm sure, be a desire for this council to get community input from the various stakeholders that were referenced in the previous slide. There would be an ongoing cost in staff time for the Planning and Community Services to process zoning variance requests, applications for reasonable accommodations. Some of the things that this council should consider is how to determine or confirm non-related occupants of single-family dwellings. If this council caps the number of unrelated occupants for a single-family house, that applies to every single-family house, regardless of how it's used. So it gives us an enforcement challenge because it would either have to be complaint-driven or evident from some other data source that we have publicly available. One of the data sources that we have publicly available is the information that we get from probation and parole regarding each month where all of the supervised offenders are living. So that can definitely be sorted by address. So if we sort that information by address and see that 8 offenders are living at a certain address, we can assume those are 8 unrelated people. And they're living in one residence, and then they would be above probably the cap that you would want to set. So there's some information, but it's primarily going to be complaint driven. So that is an enforcement challenge. The reasonable accommodation process is not available for a non-disabled group. So if you have some people that decide that they want to go together and buy a house and have a co-op, and there's 6 of them, and they're going to each chip in 1/6 of the cost of a house and live in it together as a family, if you set a cap at 4, those people are not disabled, they do not get a reasonable accommodation. Okay? They are 6 unrelated people. If you set it at 4, that is an impact. It doesn't solve the problem that we have of the influx of Department of Corrections offenders being released into the Billings community. The number of people coming into our community will likely remain the same, whether they are living in an apartment, whether they are living in a sober housing facility, they're being released into the community. If that is the source of crime in our community, that crime will continue. It will just continue citywide, which is what it appears to be doing right now. So it may not solve the problems that you are hoping to solve. There is a potential benefit of capping the number of non-related occupants. There's your protection of a vulnerable population that may be living in substandard housing that is significantly overcrowded because they have no alternative for another affordable type of housing. So this would provide some level of protection. If a reasonable accommodation is granted and accreditation is required as a condition of that reasonable accommodation, then the code types of functions for those accredited organizations will be handled by an outside agency. So somebody else who knows how to supervise sober living homes would come in, would inspect the houses, and would determine whether or not they meet that agency's standards. So there would be the ability to do that with less bureaucracy at the city level. It may also identify boarding house types of operations that operate under the label of sober living homes that would not be able to receive accreditation. There are probably homes that are operating more as boarding houses out there right now, as opposed to true sober living houses. Also, the reasonable accommodation process could address parking issues. That could be worked into the zoning that if you want a reasonable accommodation, you have to have so many off-site parking spaces per your number of residents. The downside is there is always the risk of litigation because of the section or the intersection of the federal law, Montana law, including the Montana Constitution. This is an area ripe for litigation. These are lawsuits that have all dealt with community residential facilities. The city of Billings was sued years ago for treatment facilities, and that litigation was resolved. The city of Bozeman was sued for the zoning of adult nursing type care. The court said that the city of Bozeman's family definition that I showed earlier was just fine, but that the adult care facilities qualified as a family and they needed to be permitted in single family residence. So the definition of family that I showed you for Bozeman, that's been blessed by a federal court here in Montana. The city of Kalispell has been sued twice for zoning community residential facilities tightly. The second time, the language that the court used was terse when they had to go back a second time. The city of Delray Beach was sued before their last adoption of their sober living ordinance. Okay, which brings us to just a summary of what we've gone over. Because people with substance abuse addictions are protected people under the Americans with Disabilities Act, we cannot pass a regulatory scheme directed at sober living homes. We did one for the marijuana ordinances. We did one for the massage ordinances. That is not available to us because these people are protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act. They are protected people. That is not available to us. However, the city may address the impact of high occupancy, single-family housing by capping the number of unrelated people, as long as it applies to everyone. So we can cap the number of unrelated people in any single-family home in a single-family zone, as long as we apply it completely across the board. And we would need to do that by amending our city code definition of family and capping that number. When that happens, we can still accommodate the disabled people who are entitled to a reasonable accommodation through a structure not unlike the city of Delray Beach, where we can grant that reasonable accommodation with a minimum of bureaucracy by requiring accreditation and spacing for a certain range of occupants, as long as that community is not turning over and churning, where it affects the rest of the neighborhood. If it does churn and affect the rest of the neighborhood, a conditional use permit would be appropriate, as it would if it was over the, like, say, mini institutional size of 10. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. The chief was going to speak to some of the impact of crime and what he has seen or not seen in terms of the sober living homes.
Chief, do you want to address those issues? And then council will open up for questions for council. We'll just run through by ward. And then I would encourage us to give us an opportunity for the public, hear from the public before we get into the discussion too deep. Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council, and it's not fair having me follow Karen. She's such a great orator there. So you've heard these stories before. Some of our most horrendous crimes over the past few years have been residents that have been in these sober living houses, have failed. Not properly reported, been out and about, and ended up reoffending. And that was probably the biggest thing for us, is that when you start backtracking of, where they were at, where they came from, where they were assigned to, there were some of our most horrendous cases come from that. So we're very sensitive to that issue, of course, because we've dealt with people, we have them in the system, and we would trust that the support structure and the treatment. And even if they're going to fail, that proper notification is made to the respective agency. So at least we can keep track and handle that. As far as the causation stuff that Karen and the work that Bobby did, yeah, we saw some activity around that area, but, really nothing to say, yeah, that's a specific cause. But, certainly when you go with the just a general feel of the neighborhood, perception becomes reality, and you have neighbors that are nervous and they're scared, and they don't like increased traffic. They don't like cars parked all over the place. So you get those intangible complaints, not necessarily the egregious crimes that we're talking about, but it rolls into a quality of life issue for neighbors, depending, where the house is located. Mayor?
Okay, Chief, thanks very much. Council, if you got questions, let's open it up, and we'll start with Ward 1 if we can. And we'll just go down and have a question or two, and we'll come back to you if you have more questions later if we've got time. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll reserve my comments. Question 1 is, how do we define related or unrelated? To me, that seems like a very difficult and would have to be a community-wide effort of, is it biology? Is it marriage? What is the definition of that Bozeman used or that other cities have used?
So Bozeman, let me see if I can find that slide. Do you have the... I already lost the clicker. Here it is. Okay. One of the things that was brought up in the Bozeman lawsuit is that there was an allegation that there was a discrimination based on marital status. In Montana, you have the right to be married or the right to be single or the right to be divorced. They're all protected. And so the allegation was made that this unmarried couple who lived together without the benefit of clergy, as we say down south, they were living together and they each had children. I guess y'all don't say that up here, but that's good. But they each had children, and they said that because they were not married and they did not care to be married, that they were being discriminated against because they were single. And the court said no, because Bozeman included two unrelated people, and any children related to either of them. So if Mike and Carol Brady had just been living together in the Brady Bunch thing, that would be okay under the Bozeman definition of family. It also consistently, every definition that I've seen has covered foster children, people that have guardianship placements. So if you happen to be taking care of a child via a court order, that's considered a family member. Foster child would be considered a family member, as long as there's that type of court-ordered relationship. So any number of people related by blood, marriage, adoption, guardianship, or duly authorized custodial relationship. You really do have to watch, because you don't want to harm the ability of people to take in foster children.
Yeah, no, I mean, this seems like a gigantic can of worms, but I'll get into that in a comment. My second question is, and this is the last one, what is our ability to, if parking is kind of one of the big issues that people are talking about in neighborhoods, could we not have some kind of a parking ordinance that says any household with more than 10 people living in it is required to have so much off the street parking to just take care of that one issue? Are we allowed to do that?
Do we have parking regulations? We have those already.
Okay. Okay. But could they be beefed up if they needed to? I mean.
We could enforce that now.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor McGillick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And my question relates to accreditation and to kind of what, like in Tennessee, where they require accreditation of sober living housing. What, in your research, what does that require of the providers for sober living housing?
Councilmember Gulick, the accreditation process usually requires inspection, certain amounts of kitchen equipment and facilities, depending on the number of residents, requires liability insurance in the event that there would be a fire or an incident, which would be helpful because your insurance company is also going to look at that house very carefully as well. It requires a certain amount of space in each bedroom, and a number of those types of things. So I do know that one of the facilities here that is a sober living house that is accredited actually does drug testing each day with a urinalysis when the residents come back. And that's a condition of actually just living in that house. It's not something we could require, the state could require, but sober living houses can adopt that as part of their accreditation.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've got a lot of different questions. I'll try to keep them short here if I can. When you mentioned there's not an inordinate amount of increase in crime around these homes, I think the chief mentioned that typically these crimes don't happen in the area. You know, they live there, so they're not doing criminal activity there. But what type of crimes or did they look at when they were determining, or your team when they looked at it said there was not an inordinate amount of crimes related to these homes? Were you just looking at violent crimes? Were you looking at nuisance crimes? Were you looking at, what is it you were looking at?
The ones that we've looked at so far are the drug offenses. We still need to look at property crimes and violent crimes in the vicinity.
So there really isn't yet, you really can't say there is not an inordinate amount of increase in crime yet, because you haven't finished looking at all the data yet.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then I think I did watch much of the state review of the link that you sent us, and I thought that was really good. The representative from Tennessee, I thought was really good. One of the things that I've said from the beginning of this is, like you said here, is we have to be careful what we say, because we're not here to regulate based upon complaints we get from neighbors of people parking in front of their houses and stuff like that. We're here to regulate because these people need help, and we have to provide facilities that really provide them the help. As Tennessee has indicated from his results, at least if it works like that here, you have less crime, you have less complaints, you have less of these actually being in neighborhoods or put in places where they really will help the people. And so my question for you on when you regulate it, we talk a lot about regulating by number of housing people, you know, four, Bozeman does 3, or some of the states are 3. Why do we have to regulate it based upon the number of unrelated people? Why can't we just have a regulation based on, if you're going to have a sober living home, because you said the state doesn't regulate it, why can't we just have a regulation saying this is a sober living home, you have to meet these standards and regulate it that way? Why do we have to worry about the number of unrelated people?
A group of disabled individuals living in a sober living home is a family, considered a family, just like my family, and your family, and all of our families. We can't single out that family and say, we're going to regulate you.
No, we're regulating a business. I'm sober living business. So can we not regulate sober living businesses and say that they have to be accredited?
Not in that manner. Not in that manner.
And why is that?
You're going to get sued for discriminating against a disabled person.
We're not regulating them based upon, you can't say you can't be here, but we're saying you have to be at a certain standard. There's laws, I think, like you say, in Florida has done that, Arizona did that. Actually, Arizona, one of the cities did in Arizona, I think it was Prescott, did it before the state took it over. But they regulate it based upon the industry and making sure that they are a protected class and they deserve to be served correctly. And so that's how you regulate it, based upon that, not on based upon you know, that they're a disability or they're, you know, anything like that. You're looking at the industry, just like we did with the massage businesses. We regulated legitimate massage businesses.
Well, massage businesses are not people who are protected disabled people under federal law. It's a different area of the law. I have not looked at Arizona. This is the first I've heard of anything about Arizona. So.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen.
One of the things that I'm curious about, and you mentioned it a little bit here in your presentation, is I hear the concern about targeting a specific class. But setting that aside, we have a community-wide problem of substandard living that is much broader than sober living homes. We see it, I mean, we see people of multiple classes really victimized across our community. And so I had mentioned this, I think, to Gina. Why don't we look at housing quality standards for our community? Something that applies generally to the way we want to sort of live in our community. I'm not interested in driving up the cost of rentals at all, but I'm also not interested in seeing people trapped in houses that have floors rotting through and no running water. Is this an option that we haven't explored yet, to consider some sort of substandard housing focus?
I would defer to Wyeth on that.
I noticed he popped right out of his seat.
I just passed that buck right behind me.
Planning Director Wyatt Friday, you want to comment on citywide minimum housing quality standards?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council and Councilmember Owen. And we have actually a lot of information on this topic because we looked into it a few years ago when Councilmember Yakowicz was on the council. And there are some issues. The state has not adopted any kind of minimum property standard, which creates some challenges for us to adopt local minimum property standards beyond, and Gina can chime in here too, beyond our nuisance. We have our nuisance code, and we can use that. That's currently in place, but it doesn't go to the extent of inside, you know, the properties and some of the issues that were brought up regarding housing and minimum housing standards. So without getting, there's a lot more material we can share with you. I don't have it all with me tonight, but that was where we ran into some challenges when we looked at this the last time, was what has to be adopted at the state level, and then what we can then take and adopt at the local level.
So to be clear, does that fall under some sort of building code approach that we can't go beyond what the state has done, or?
Yeah, the building code it's related to that, yes, but I don't have all the specifics tonight, but we can share that with you.
I think at some time I would like to know, it doesn't have to be now, but I would like to understand that better.
Sure.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I think Chris had a comment.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry.
So Mayor and Councilman Wyeth, correct me, is it am I recalling right, it's the International Property Maintenance Code that Montana does not recognize, my recollection is, I've had this conversation in a few other communities, as a foundational component then for cities to turn around and adopt a maintenance code. And again, Wyeth and the research that's been done in the past, but I know you like to research things, there's a 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, but I think the state of Montana has stayed away from adopting it.
But, so that confuses me more. So I get it, if the state hasn't adopted a code, we can't adopt it. I get that. But why couldn't we just simply pass an ordinance that said you must have, flush toilets, running water, your floors can't be rotting, no exposed wires, and can't set aside a code adoption? Couldn't we just have housing quality standards as a standalone ordinance?
I'd have to check back. I know we went through all this and determined why we couldn't, but I'd have to follow back up and work with it. Okay.
Yes. Come
Maybe
on,
it was
Gina.
before Gina, so I won't put her on the spot.
I think
Okay.
that was before my time, so we'll have to dig up
Yeah.
that research as
Thank you.
well.
Sure.
and find
Okay,
it.
all righty. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question regarding if we adopted an ordinance that said that more than 10 people would have to go by a conditional use permit, and that type of process, administrative relief or whatever you would call that. When we go through approval for zone changes, subdivision process, all those reference back to state code. So if we had a conditional use permit, what would that reference? Do you see what I mean? When we reference state law in regard to subdivisions, and so what would we reference for a conditional use permit if we were going to regulate a house with more than 10 people? Thank you.
Councilmember Joy, Mayor and Council, my understanding of the conditional use permit, such as the city of Delray Beach did, is it goes through and it takes a look at how the house functions. Does it function as a family? Are you accredited? Will you be able to provide those annual renewals of your accreditation, proof of that? And go through that process to be able to put your house under those conditions in that single-family neighborhood. You are permitted to live in the single-family neighborhood under the conditions that you've said that you're going to have.
Thank you.
As long as you follow those rules.
Thank you.
Karen, two questions. I'll just tell you both, and then you can adjust your answer. First, can you address what's sort of a typical number of residents of sober living homes? And the reason I ask is the limit of 3 people being the trigger point seems quite low. Excludes 2 unmarried couples, for example. Would it be possible to raise that number to, say, 5 or 6? Still capture most problematic sober living homes, but avoid the headache that comes with 4 Rocky students, those others. So numbers, can you address that to the extent you have the data? And then second, what's the most likely outcome in Helena going forward legislatively, and how can we help with that? I'm, for one, hesitant about wading into something that we really don't know a heck of a lot about. It's a relatively new problem. We're still gathering the data, et cetera, et cetera. Caution is the better part of valor sometimes, but but the legislative session is going to happen, so I was just wondering if you can address more specifically what you think might come out of that and how we could help in Helena. So anyway, number and Helena.
Okay. Mayor, council, we do have some voluntary data from sober living homes that Tina Hoger was able to get. We also have the number of supervised people, which only captures part of the population of any sober living homes. So let me look at these tiny numbers. So we have sober living homes where people have said there's anywhere from 2 to 19. So that's quite a variance. If I go down this list of residents, I'll just read the numbers very quickly so you can have a feel for it. 6, 222, 444, 3, 222, 6, 19, 17, 14, 14, 11, 12, 6, 7, 16, and 8. So some of them are quite large. It absolutely is a plausible strategy to set the number higher than that so that you don't get 4 Rocky students who now can't live together. You could set it at 6. The higher you set it, the more people that get to live as a family with absolutely no oversight. So that's the give and take of it. But you can see some of these are quite large. Regarding what is happening in Helena, my understanding is even though the legislature doesn't meet for another year, there is activity at the department and the agency level to limit funding and the expenditure of certain monies to sober living houses only that are accredited. In other words, we're not giving this housing money out just for any facility. We want to make sure that it meets a certain standard. And so that is actually going on right now in Helena. It may be a very good thing for this council to wait, see what they put into place to avoid any kind of unnecessary oversight here or redundancy, and see if that ends up having an impact. Because there are quite a few supervised people in each of these residences in terms of percentages. So money has a way of making people adhere to certain rules. And so if state money dries up to these residences unless they meet a certain standard, then they're going to try to meet that standard.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Trickey, anything?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Tracy is always a very detailed and full set of information, incredibly useful. Thank you very much for the work you must have put into it, and whoever you conned into helping you get it done.
I got a lot of help from a lot of places.
Couple of very quick questions, which are really just more kind of definitional. So at the very beginning, you said some number of the 37 sober living homes were licensed. Does that mean a Billings city license?
Basically the $55
Yeah.
business tax that we collect.
Yeah, and part of the problem with that is that we're not requiring somebody who's doing a rental to be is not necessarily considered a business.
Correct.
To get a license, which is also kind of where we start getting into the whole thing with the disability problem. The business model is a rental, which means that you're basically providing housing, which means that anybody you're providing housing to that falls into a protected class. We have a hard time getting into the middle of that transaction.
It can, Councilmember Tariki, Mayor, Council, it can be very difficult to gather information. The one thing that I can say about these is most people have attempted to let us know where they are and that they are there. And for that, it's very helpful. Most of our best data comes from probation and parole because they know where their people are living.
Yeah, okay. If you don't know, I can find out in other ways, but I'm curious what the difference between sober living and a halfway house is.
A halfway house, people are still incarcerated, is my understanding, and Gina can address that better, but they are still serving their sentence. They have not been paroled.
I'm not sure that that's always the case, but halfway houses are included in the community residential facility definition in state law, and we actually have it included in our city code as well. A halfway house is a place operated in accordance with the regulations of the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services for the rehabilitation of alcohol or drug-dependent persons. They're generally more transitional housing, and their stay there is usually limited to a shorter period of time.
Okay, thank you. So it's pretty obvious to me that the key issue here is going to be how we define occupancy and usage of a house. And honestly, I mean, you know, a 20 people in a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, even if they're related to each other, to me is problematic. So, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tidswell, if you're still with us.
I'm still with you.
Okay, all right.
I appreciate it, but I have no questions, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Perrington?
Thank you. So I am very interested, Karen, in pursuing the other calls that have been made on the sober living homes within Billings, because I think you said that there's still some categories that have not been classified as whether or not calls have been made to, or police calls have been made to those homes. One of the questions that I have, and I have a few, so I'll try to get to some, if not all, probation and parole, and this may be, you know, kind of a question for Katie, is that you keep saying that these are supervised people, and that was my understanding, is that they have not been supervised. In listening to the video again, because I listened to it when it was happening, but I did it again, and I think they said that we were supposed to get 8 probation officers in Billings to cover all of those, and I guess that's the biggest thing. Do we have that? Are they being supervised?
Councilmember Purington, my name is Katie Weston. I'm the Deputy Chief for Probation and Parole here in Billings, and that covers that huge area that we talked about earlier. So we were given 7 positions in our region. 5 of them were probation and parole officers. All of those positions have been filled. We're also now backfilling from some staff leaving. I think that staffing in general is a problem for many people at this point in time, but we are hiring still. The people in the sober living houses are supervised. If they're with us, they are supervised. I started this position in March. In March, one of the first things I did was assign probation officers sober living homes. So we have 30-some homes. I've got about 8 probation officers that volunteer to do this. They go to 4 different homes per month. They make sure that we have the most up-to-date list of people who are living in those homes. They report back to let me know conditions, how many people are staying there, how many people are in bedrooms, things of that nature, so that we're in every house every single month and have a better idea of who is and who isn't coming out of there. Because there have been times when we have not been notified of people leaving these homes.
All right.
So this is one of the ways that we're trying to get a handle on that problem.
So the other question is that was my understanding is that DOC had not developed criteria for the sober living homes for placing some of these residents in there, in that sober living homes, the intent, my understanding is that they are there for sober living, whether it's addiction to drugs or alcohol. So I guess my question is, has DOC, because you're with DOC, is that correct? Okay. So has DOC developed criteria for those placements in sober living homes for individuals that would qualify under the disability?
So DOC has been working with the Department of Public Health and Human Services on the accreditation process. Up until this point, the Department of Corrections has treated the sober living homes as the equivalent of a landlord because there is no accreditation. And so that's really the only way we could treat it. If there was going to be conditions placed upon the people living there that were extra than what we were asking of anybody anyways, that would need to be up to the sober living home. Now, going forward, the wheels on the accreditation bus are rolling, and I hope that, you guys are aware of that.
Would you define what you mean by that accreditation? Do you mean through the national accreditation that
Yes.
they've been, okay.
So DPHHS chose the NAR, the National Association of Recovery Residences, as the standard that they were going to use to work on accrediting these homes. They put an RFP out. The Billings Urban Indian Health Center was the recipient of that RFP, and they will be working on accrediting the local homes here in the area. So going forward, as these accreditations start rolling, the department will be looking at only putting the money into the homes that are accredited.
Okay, so I guess back to Karen's thing is that at this point, we're not really talking about these people being disabled. Just because you've been to jail doesn't mean you're disabled. It's if you were imprisoned and you have whether it's a co-occurring addiction issue, that makes you disabled.
The substance addiction issue is what
Correct.
makes you disabled. So
Okay.
everybody who's in a sober living home should qualify with that disability.
And so that would be part of, whenever you're talking about 3 or more, 6 or more people there, it would also have to be something that would have to do with some sort of substance abuse. To put them, thanks, Katie. I think I've got you covered.
Councilmember Purinton, one of the things that would be wonderful to be able to coordinate with DOC for our city, if we decide that we want to limit the number of people and we want to determine if somebody is entitled to a reasonable accommodation. If someone has been incarcerated and then released, there should be some sort of history record that somebody is disabled and has a substance abuse. There's a lot of treatment in DOC, so you would expect that there should be some sort of record that this person is disabled. One of the questions for an application for a reasonable accommodation would be, how do you determine if somebody has a substance abuse issue? And that could be something that is part of the reasonable accommodation. Of course, we cannot delve into somebody's medical records or psychiatric records, but these houses that are recovery homes should be screening for that, and if they're not, we can ask.
So, and that was, I think Danny was the one that asked the question. So you've got sober living homes, you've got halfway houses, which I guess would be those transitional housing, which transitional housing would be different. That would be that reasonable accommodation for those that don't have a disability.
The people even in a transitional sober living home should all be disabled.
Okay, so you're saying transitional sober living, and I'm just saying transitional, which to me would be these people coming out of prison that need some sort of, I suppose, some sort of supervision, or they are required to meet with their parole officer and all of that. But that's still different than sober living.
The screening process with the
You can
Katie, we need you to go to the microphone.
The screening process for the sober living homes, I guess, to kind of determine that need is left up to the sober living homes.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
sort of.
So we're not telling them or asking them to take people per se. They are deciding with their records and their application process that they fit the criteria to be in their sober living home.
And do violent offenders going into a sober living home, and to me, a lot of that is just, it's a business, it's a money thing, I don't know that they really care who comes in there as long as they get their money, but I'm just saying is that, because some of them are sexual offenders, I suppose, some are violent offenders, and then you've got someone coming, say, from Rimrock Foundation, they're just trying to be sober, they're not a criminal, but yet they have that mix.
And Councilmember Pearson, is there a question for Katie on this?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
So how do you determine, does the sober living people don't determine that, but does DOC determine that?
Determine.
Where they're going to place the violent offenders, the sexual
No,
offenders?
That's all done usually prior to their release. They're working with case managers, things of that nature, seeking those resources out, putting the applications in. All of these sober living homes do have applications and interview processes that these people are going through.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just kind of wrap it up here. I do have a couple more questions, but so Karen, with the Bozeman case, can we not put exceptions in whenever you make an ordinance or a statute? Also, can the city license use that national accreditation or registration as part of that requirement to have a sober living home? And then the landlord-tenant laws came up quite a bit in discussion. So all of those things, it sounds like it is complex. There's a lot of things that do need to happen on the state level, which I think it sounds like there's some of that work going on. So do you see that there is a path forward for the city of Billings to be able to regulate, I don't know if that's the correct word, but to have some sort of an ordinance in place that really protects the disabled people that are trying to improve, and that the citizens still feel safe? Do you see a path forward for us to do something?
The path forward would be something similar to what the city of Delray Beach did, and that is have a neutral cap on unrelated people, and then provide through the process for a reasonable accommodation for that to be conditioned upon accreditation and spacing. The spacing requirement, more than anything, is to help the residents of a sober living home integrate into a community. So the only avenue that I was able to locate during my research was the model that the city of Delray Beach had. And those very short Daniel Lauber publications are excellent, and they're short and easily digestible. Good overview.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you give us a list, email us a list of all the 37 homes where their addresses are?
We do have that. I don't have it with me, but that is available.
And you can get that to us?
Yes, Councilmember Boyette.
And then secondly, one of the things we've had a large discussion in the past is about the number of people coming from non-Billings to our jail, to our community, that Department of Corrections has sent them here. Can we say we only want Billings people that have had a problem? Can we say we don't want people from Missoula coming here to these homes? I'm just asking that as a question.
I don't think that we have that kind of control over how the DOC moves their prisoners around and their probationers. We would not just be able to have a blanket exclusion that you just can't come into Billings.
But then, is there a way for us to count the people in all these 37 sober homes? How many are Billings people and how many are non-Billings people, so we can get an idea of the issue, the problem?
We might be able to get some information through probation and parole. We might be able to do that. By individual, we would have to start with who is reporting that sober living home as their residence, where did they come from, and wind it back in a fairly manual manner through state records. We don't have those records. We would have to get those from the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions and then one that was kind of close to Councilmember Owens. You mentioned that there doesn't seem to be any increase in crime around these facilities. And we still have some more work to do on that. Are we just going to look at the number of calls going to those homes? Because they may not actually be related to a, crime, but people may see something of concern and just send the police out there more often.
So, Bobby's still here, our crime analyst. She is looking at the number of calls and their category of, was it a drug call? Was it a call about an assault? Was it a car break-in, a burglary? And she's looking at that by taking the address of the sober living home and then a buffer. I think you were at 250 feet last. Offenses. Okay.
Can we look at calls as well as actual offenses?
We could probably look at calls as well, but these are actually going to be your charged offenses. And so when we looked at the map for drug offenses I think it was last Friday, and looked at the plots, the surrounding area of a sober living house was different if you were in a part of town that has a high incidence of drug offenses. Whereas if you were in a neighborhood that in general didn't report many drug offenses, well, there weren't any around that sober living house either. So there's a question of correlation and causation.
Sure.
Because to me, if the sober living houses were causing the drug offenses, then we would see a little bubble around each house all around the city. And we haven't seen that yet.
And also, and if we're looking at how a sober living house impacts the community, a number of calls, regardless of whether or not an offense is generated, is an important indicator as well.
It could be, yes.
And the other thing, you mentioned that I think it was 40 to 50% of the residents of these sober living houses are offenders of some type, right? Meaning 50+% are not. They might be just in recovery and looking for good, stable housing. Do you see any clustering of the offenders in those homes that have 15, 16, 19 people living in them? Or is it the opposite? Do these smaller homes tend to have the offenders, or is there no correlation at all? Do you have any of that insight yet?
I actually did a slide that was part of the Criminal Justice Oversight Committee PowerPoint presentation. And there was one house that had 7 residents who had violent records. And that was one of the larger houses. And so, of course, there's always a concern when you have a large number of violent offenders living under one roof. The natural inclination is that things might go south quickly. So you do see clustering sometimes of that nature. But most of the time, it's just typically a 50-50.
Sure. Okay, so it's not like some of the homes are specializing, if you will, in offenders, and others are.
I want to say that when I looked at the 2 years' worth of data, there was one of the houses that appeared to me to have an unusual number of sex offenders. And it could be because there are locations that registered sex offenders cannot live close to a school, close to a park, whatever the criteria is for that. And that may be why they were all clustered in that address, but I was taken aback at the vast number of sexually oriented offenders under one roof.
That one, okay, thank you. Mayor, one more?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. And so this is somewhat related actually to Councilmember Owen's question, related to the actual living conditions and code violations or that people may be living under. And I'm sure there's a great deal of variation across the homes. But one of the things that struck me in your discussion with the State Council was all this talk about are these homes landlord-tenant relationships, or are they different in some way? And so they have to be treated differently. And unrelated to this particular issue, but I've been looking into other rental registration programs that other cities have. They're very popular. There are a lot of them out there. And so that it gets after that conditions of basic conditions that people are living in, and are rental properties up to snuff, and are they well maintained and you know, under code and that kind of thing. And I wonder, as we talk about sober living houses, what the applicability would be if we were to get past, say, the rental, the property maintenance standards that we've already talked about, and had some type of program like that. What would be the applicability of these types of homes, given that they are somewhat like landlord-tenant relationships versus, you know, they're not really single-family homes? Would those property management standards be able to be applied as a renter or a rental agency in that type of situation?
I'm not certain of how that would apply. There are some specific exceptions that you would have to craft into a landlord-tenant type of structure or law. For example, if you are running a sober living home and you have a resident who begins to actively drink, you have to get rid of them right then. They have to go. They don't get 30 days notice. It's not a breach of their agreement. They have to go. So you need to give your sober living home operator that type of a flexibility. I do think that it would be prudent for, like many landlords do not take cash payments. I think that we probably should see that in all types of landlord-tenant rental situations, including sober living homes, because cash under the table puts the tenant in an extremely vulnerable position. You didn't give me that $200. What $200? I have no receipt. It really does tend to put people in a vulnerable spot. So there are some things to borrow, and I do know that one of the representatives was working on the landlord-tenant law, and she spoke at the Criminal Justice Oversight Committee, and she's very committed to updating the landlord-tenant laws, and we discussed that briefly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could I just add?
We have a
Mayor,
volunteer.
might just add to that question here briefly.
Sure.
So.
And then, council, let's get some questions from the public.
So, Mayor and Council, Councilmember Rupsis, just to follow up again, and we'll provide more information on the minimum property standard, but the part of the discussion with that is that it applied to all properties. So, and has its own discussion, obviously. So, yeah, it wouldn't be necessarily matter what the property was, that standard would be across the board. So that was part of the discussion several years ago when we looked at that. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so council, it's 5 minutes before we would normally take a break. Let's have a show of hands. Are there people here who would like to comment on item number 1? Okay, I see 5 or 6 hands. What's your pleasure, council? You want to take a break now? You want to get that in? Take a break, and then we'll come back. Okay. So it's 7:25, 7:24. We'll try to get moving again as close as we can to 7:30. Probably a few minutes after that. Questions. We know that members of the public would like to be heard on this item, so we'll take public comment at this period, and then after we've closed the time for public comment, we'll come back to council and try to get some better sense for how you, if we have any instructions that we'd like to give to staff. For anybody who might be here with us, this is a work session, so we do not make binding decisions at work sessions. It's an opportunity just to kick things around, with one exception, that is we can give direction to staff how to proceed on this matter. So if you would like to come forward, please do so. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Watch that timer there and tell us your name and address. So there's nobody coming forward to the podium, so we'll oh, no.
I'll be first.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Terry Todd, 135 Monarch Street. We own and operate sober living homes in the city of Billings, and I can tell you, based on some of the things that you said this evening, I just want to clarify a few facts. Our home is one of the homes that has 19 people in it. That home has 10 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and a community center that they also have access to. So thinking about sober living homes, you kind of have to think about the size. So the smallest home that we have is 6 bedrooms. And in that home currently, there's 3 moms and 2 sets of kids that live there. So when you talk about screening, all of our screening processes, we screen for substance use disorder. That is a primary. If you are not an alcoholic or an addict and do not identify as an alcoholic or an addict, then we are not a good placement for you. As far as the accreditation, we are accredited with the National Sober Living Association. We are willing to be accredited with NAR, who will be one of the state affiliates. And we have been accredited with NSLA for about 4 years. That means that our homes are inspected annually. It means that we have a minimum standard that we must abide by. It also means that we drug test all of our residents. And it also means that everybody who is employed in our organization or happens to manage has signed a code of ethics that they will maintain a certain level of conduct. We do have a policy that once someone leaves our home, if they are from probation and parole, if they are affiliated with the Department of Corrections, an email goes out to whoever is the probation officer on file within 24 hours. We have been really good at that. As far as parking is really not an issue because most people who come to sober living don't have cars. They're lucky to have just be starting over. But that is absolutely something that you could look at. I just don't think that it's super vital in looking at, most people who come to sober living didn't get there on a winning streak. And so they usually don't have a vehicle and we're still working to get their driver's license back. As far as the money portion of it, all of our homes, they pay a fee to live there. That fee is just like you would do a gym membership. The reason is if we had a landlord-tenant agreement with those residents and they were to use or have a problem, we would not be able to remove them from the house. If Department of Corrections chooses to pay for 1 month of their rent, that money, if they leave in the first 30 days, that money is returned to the Department of Corrections. We do not take money from other outside sources at this point. I do know that there's another nonprofit in town that spends about between $4,500 and $6,000 a month paying sober living scholarships. So, I mean, you can't really chase the money unless you know where all of it is coming from. I love the idea that you would request that people don't pay in cash because it does need to be traceable somehow. The other thing is you talked about 30-some sober living homes. If we held people to the standard that if they called themselves a sober living home, that they actually were, that would be fantastic. The Adullam houses are not sober living homes. The Adullam houses are primarily for sex offenders in the city of Billings.
Oh, I heard that beep, but I wasn't quite sure what to take my notes. Terry,
Stop talking.
yeah, I'm not used to that. Terry, were you done?
I am as done unless you have any questions.
Okay, I guess I see a couple hands down here.
I do have one thing I wanted to add that I forgot. Because of the work that you are doing, we do know that one sober living home that was not a sober living home announced to their residents that they would be closing, and that was one of the homes that we were concerned about here in Billings.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ripsos, you had your hand up.
Just really quick, I didn't see Gratitude in Action on the list at the beginning. Is it a different company name?
So the homes are listed under Ignatius House, which was the primary until we became a nonprofit and put them all under that housing.
Okay, and Councilor Princeton?
So Terry, are you working with the legislators on that one committee that they were formulating some of the ideas for accreditation?
We have gone to Helena and testified several times. We are in favor of having some regulation. We believe that you have to have choice. Like, we don't tell you you have to be a Democrat or Republican. We don't think that you should only have one choice when it comes to affiliation through the state organization.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next commenter, please.
Good evening. My name is Sue Taylor. I work for the Native American Development Corporation. We operate the Billings Urban Indian Health and Wellness Center, and we are the organization that has the state contract to become the affiliate. We have been working very hard on this process. We are in the process of recruiting our governing board, who will be the ones who will be guiding the further development. We had an early steering committee group of people who adopted the 31 standards from NAR. And if you have a chance to go to narronline.org, you'll be able to see those 31 standards. And those are what the operators agree to adhere to if they're going to go through the accreditation process. We also, at the state level, have been working with Representative Usher as he's going to be bringing forward some legislation on the state level. Mostly, I just want to let you know that we want to be available to each of you as a resource and answer your questions or find out the answers to those questions. And that's what I got for you.
Okay.
Oh, our affiliate will be the Montana Recovery Residents Alliance, MTRRA. We don't have a website yet. We don't have anything formally established. We will be operating under the nonprofit umbrella of NADC. And this is a statewide effort. We're also working with the Montana Consortium for Urban Indian Health out of Helena. Jason Smith is our executive director there. And we are in the process of hiring our full-time program manager. We've had one interview so far, another one later this week. So that's where we're at in the process. It's a very good process. You'll discover for accreditation, there are 3 steps. I'm looking at the time and I'm seeing that I do have a little time. So first, a home operator has to submit their policies, their procedures, their house rules, their vision, their mission. There's about 12 to 14 documents that they submit for review. After those documents are reviewed, there is an interview process to clarify any questions from the documents, to look at any potential gaps they have in the documents, to see how well they adhere to the 31 NAR standards. After those 2 steps, there is a physical home inspection that is done annually to make sure that they also do that. Now this, we know the accreditation is not going to be the end all, the be all end all, but we do know that we have a very passionate and dedicated group of people, including Adela, and we will be moving this forward, and we have good support from the Department of Health and Human Services, from the Department of Corrections, and we're here for your increased knowledge as you sort out things that are right for the community and for people in recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I can just ask you a quick question. Is it the case that the requirement for accreditation, the state can just impose, applying the golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules, or is that going to be conditioned on enabling legislation coming through the next legislative session with the help of Representative Usher?
Yes and no. The accreditation through NAR will happen regardless of any change in legislation. The legislation will potentially provide pathways to additional funding and will provide a way for Department of Corrections to refer folks only to those accredited homes. But that is the reason why we have an arm's length contract with the state, and we will be operating the NAR, the affiliate, the same as other states do, and educating legislators and lawmakers as to what other people are doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. I think we look at, and a lot of the discussion was looking at the residents of the sober living houses as problems in the community potentially. But I want to, I guess, echo that thought that they're at some risk as well. And that's been brought up. Karen brought that up, but it was, when I looked into sober living houses, there was one going in next to me a few years ago, and I found that the term that is used in terms of the relationship between the people that live there and the operators of the house is membership. That they were members of this organization. And so the sober living organizations that are set up that way can get around all of the renter protections, all of that. As was said, the operators need that ability to remove people quickly, but that leaves the residents without protections, normal protections. And again, this is one of the pieces that you'll hear more about, but it's one of the many pieces and complexities of the homelessness problem within our city and the country as well. So I really, so if people are removed and are not protected and given the rights, some rights, then they end up on the street, a lot of them. The other thing that I wanted to say is I do live next to or near the kind of a clustered group of houses run by a DOLM. And there are sex offenders there, as was said. And yet, where else? You know, we can't say, oh, there's sex offenders there. Well, I've got sex offenders living all around me. That happens to be one cluster of them. But where are they going to live? And in this town, and this is another complex piece of homelessness, is that sex offenders and violent offenders do not have much choice. And for them to be in a home that at least is reasonably organized and is a reasonable structure, at least they have a chance at rehabilitation and of getting their lives back together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin Wilson, 1603 Virginia Lane, Apartment 8. I am the Recovery Residence Manager for STEP Inc. here in town. As you know from the presentation, we operate 5 homes here in town, 3 men's, 2 women's. We will be seeking NAR accreditation this fall. I know one of the potential solutions that was brought up earlier tonight was the Tennessee standard. Now, I don't know for sure, but I do know there is a NAR affiliate in Tennessee, and I do know several states have chosen to adopt a model where, in order to qualify for state monies, whether that be through probation or parole, or state grant monies, that you have to be NAR accredited. So that is a potential model that Montana could move towards if they so choose. The standards are quite stringent. They range everything from financial information. Do you have a business license? Do you have insurance? What do the residents think of the home? Do they feel like it's a safe, community-oriented organization? And then that last piece I think I heard brought up several times is it a safe environment? They go through a very stringent home inspection to verify that. I think another important thing to point out within our accreditation standard is that they don't accreditate the program, they accreditate the home. So STEP would have to go through 5 separate accreditation processes to get all of our homes accredited. So it is per home, not per program. So I just thought that was an interesting point of clarification. I believe that the organization that will be accrediting us is Walker. It's the Washington Association of Quality Recovery Residences. So it is an outside entity that is accredited through NAR, who is coming in to do the first wave of accreditations here in the state. So they have no ties or anything like that to anyone here to, unduly skew the results. As Terry happened to mention, we all know each other. We all try to put the best name forward for sober living. There was that home, as she had alluded to, in the Heights. You know, when I heard information several weeks ago that there was some problematic behaviors engaging in that, I emailed the probation officer that has been assigned to us from the state, and I just let him know. I said, hey, I don't have any firsthand knowledge of this. These are the rumors I'm hearing on the streets. Might just be something to be aware of. And it sounds like that home is closing, which is great to hear, because, you know, we don't want individuals to have a negative conception of sober living based on one bad apple. We want you to, you know, look at the broader picture. And with that, you know, I will make the same commitment and offer that I make to everyone. If you have any questions about our program in particular, I am always here to answer questions. If you guys would like a tour of our residences, I would be more than happy to facilitate that. You know, we're an open book. I want you guys to have all of the information possible to, you know, make informed policy. So with that, if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them now. If you have questions at a later date, I'm more than willing to provide my contact information.
Great, thank you very much.
Of course.
Any other public comment on item number 1? Former Councilmember Ewald.
Frank Ewald, 2131 Phoebe Drive. Mayor and council, the reason I'm up here now is because sober living houses are a symptom of the real cause. And the other reason is I didn't want to sit around till 11 or 12 o'clock again tonight. So I'm gonna sneak in here. So here we go again. 2 more of these so-called not so violent individuals who were released to vacate a bed for a more violent offender have put our city in peril and caused undue risk to the life of our police. The state of Montana DOC, in an effort to cut costs, is placing a burden on Billings in a disproportionate amount compared to other cities in the state. According to DOC head Gukin, we get almost 30% of these people sent to Billings. How can the state just arbitrarily pick Billings as a place to handicap with revenue costs, safety, security, and we just sit back and take it? MCA 351-1-2022 gives DOC the right to assign with limits. Apparently, intense supervision has different meanings in order to fit an agenda. Why do our police officers seem to have run-ins with these individuals who are lacking in supervision? Why is a lack of supervision always the underlying issue? When presenting at a task force meeting, I have been told that there's nothing in the city budget that reflects a cost to the city. Yet Mr. Kurkalski has stated at meetings on public safety that in fact there are real costs. The overtime being paid to cover the 19 police officers on administrative leave because of these most recent shootings is just one example of the cost. Even though, according to Chief St. John, there was only 4 overtime hires, that's still a cost to the city, and there's a lot of other underlying costs. I would like an accounting of what the real cost per year, on average, it actually costs the Billings taxpayers. The Yellowstone County cost would also have to be included, as 60+% of the county revenue is paid by the Billings taxpayer. This is lost revenue that could be used to build a rec center, the park around the West End reservoirs, or other city improvements. The DOC is passing the state's liability on to Billings and Yellowstone County taxpayers. This is just the cost to the revenue side. How about the safety and security to the residents of Billings? Do you think this type of press makes residents feel more secure and safe? One of the only reasons that we didn't get national press is because all the other shootings going on around the nation in the last couple of weeks. The image of Billings. Police officers shoot 2 parolees in 1 week in Billings. Makes one really want to move there. Risk to police officers. When a person chooses to become a police officer, they know there are inherent risks associated with the job. Why do you continue to make their jobs less safe by not restricting the flow of these violent offenders sent to Billings? The officer who was grazed by the bullet could have easily been killed. Who would take ownership if this had happened? Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment on item number 1? Is there any further comment on item number 1? No one is coming forward, so we'll close the public comment period on item number 1. Back back to council. Council, just a reminder, we've got to get on to budget. How do we want to proceed? Councilmember Purinton.
I just have one question, and I don't know who can answer it. Whenever they say that this is fee-based membership into the sober living homes, and are the residents protected? I know that there's a protection with the landlord-tenant laws, but with this fee-based membership, that's the first time I've ever heard about that. So is that really, I mean, are these people protected in certain ways?
Councilmember Purinton, Mayor, Council, I do not believe that that protects them under the landlord-tenant laws. I do not believe calling it a fee-based structure. They may have governing documents amongst themselves as to what that membership entails. And then one of the things you need to consider is if the person running the membership evicts a tenant, a member, then you're expecting somebody that probably has few resources and limited knowledge to bring suit for a breach of a membership agreement against the purported landlord. So I still think it leaves these residents in a vulnerable place.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Boyette. But Karen, could you just collect those agreements? There almost certainly there are some agreements between the members and the operators that these operators use in the city. Collect those and maybe take a look at them or send them to us.
To the extent that they will voluntarily give those, but they have absolutely no
obligation to give it to you. I
do
understand
so.
that. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a dumb question. Does one place charge more than another, or they all have to charge the same price?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, and you don't know exactly how much they charge?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Trickey, Councilmember Shaw?
This is for Ms. Todd. In your presentation, you were talking about something that kind of caught my attention. And you said, or you inferred that that our list of sober living homes, by your definition, not all of them are sober living homes. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Councilman Shrieky. So a sober living home is defined by the standards that we're held to, is that everyone who lives there is either suffers from substance use disorder, whether that is alcoholism or addiction. So several of these homes do not make that a requirement to live there. So therefore, those homes would not be sober living homes, but they're appreciating the benefit of what a sober living home would be. When I mentioned the Adullam House, it's not that I have a problem with what they do. They are a fantastic organization. But most of their tenants are not bound by the sobriety requirement. Just like the home that is closing in the Heights was basically a work dorm. It was a business owner, and he rented out his home and called it sober living so that he could have that protection and be a protected class, but his residents were not members of a protected class. So I think that's, and the question from the last gentleman, sober living homes in the city of Billings range anywhere from $425 to $650 a month.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Karen, I said I would have a few comments. So I think I just want to put some things on your radar I don't have any direction for staff at this point, but I do have a number of concerns that I think if we continue having this conversation, I would like us to have a broader conversation. So I'm just going to go through a list. I'm very concerned about government getting involved in defining who makes a family. I think I think that's going to be a big issue. Second one, we're in the middle of a historic housing crisis. Trying to put regulations on what property owners are allowed to do with their private property, especially in the context of that, makes me very nervous. I think there are probably some other unintended consequences that would fall out of, depending on how we do this, lawsuits. I know you said that this has been, for lack of a better word, blessed by a Montana court, but that certainly does not
we certainly couldn't bank on that, or hold that up as a binding precedent. I would worry about a lawsuit from even like a national group. Fourth, oversight and enforcement on the local level, what the cost of that would be and the time for staff. Fifth is how the county regulations would tie into this. I'm thinking, depending on what the city would do, you know, we now have rings of marijuana businesses right outside the city. I could see a similar situation happening if we're not working in conjunction with the county. And the last one is, what is the sixth, is just, I just don't love the idea of people worrying about their neighbors spying on them and reporting them to the city, depending on what's going on. I think that makes me quite nervous. So I just wanted to put those on your radar, and we can obviously discuss this further.
And Councilmember Shaw, if I can just clarify one thing, only the definition of family was blessed in the Bozeman case, not the entirety of their regulation of that facility.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Councilmember Neese will look to Council, just because we're going to need to get on to our next item, think about this. I'm sketching out a direction for staff on things that I think there seems to be general agreement on. 4 parts. One, that we ask staff to continue to investigate what's happening in Helena, what might happen, how we can help, just stay abreast of that and provide assistance. 2, continue to collect data on crime impacts, other models besides Tennessee. It was another state that was mentioned. Where? Arizona. Locations of these particular homes in Billings, the same kind of data that we've had, but go a little bit deeper. Third, not instruct staff to draft any particular regulations, deeming that to be kind of premature at this stage. But if staff wants to refine the details of what that legislation or regulation might look like, feel free to do so. And then lastly, figure out how to engage the public in this discussion more. The sober living homes, the population generally, those students who might be impacted, the colleges, whatever. So anyway, that would be a possible 4-point approach that is not, it's sticking more than a toe in the water. You know, it's the whole foot, maybe even up to the knee, but is not jumping into the deep end of the pool by any means. So think about those. Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councilwoman Shaw regarding the trying to define the family right now. I'm not ready to move forward on something like that. And I think there's, as I look at this issue, I really look at this issue as I see the abuse in the industry. And I think I would like to see, as the mayor said, outline the 4 areas. I agree with that, Mayor, except what I kind of disagree on drafting legislation, maybe not full legislation, but I think a very simple business license on this industry, and input of the professionals who are in the industry, care about their industry, and don't like to see the abuse of the industry, could help have some input into that, to have a very simple business license to protect those people and not discriminate against them, but to make sure we're allowing people who come into this city to provide that service to protect those people so they get what they actually think they're going to get. And anything outside of that, if they're not going to be a sober living home, then they're going to have to fall under some of the different regulation or not be regulated at all. But they won't be sober living homes. And so I would like to see us, I think, a simple business license with the help of the community who runs these, probably can help us draft that very quickly and get that on the books sooner than the state can act. And that alone, I think, will discourage a lot of the abuses that we see in the industry that we've heard. And according to what, again, the Tennessee law helped them move a lot of those bad actors out just because they had to become accredited and get licensed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other hands? Councilmember Puritan?
Well, and I would agree with that, with the business license, moving forward with that. And my issue with, just as Terry was talking about, sober living homes means sober living homes. The definition of family, I think, has gone beyond the scope of what we might think family means anymore, but it's become a legal term. So I don't know that, for us to say, well, I don't want to define what family is in the city of Billings or the state of Montana, that I think we may need to do that just because it's a legal term. But if there is some way within the ordinance to define what sober living means, and that means there are certain regulations as far as whether it's drug testing or having some sort of substance abuse or substance screening, that these people really need to be there. And I think that's where we work in conjunction with DOC. So I think there is some state regulation that needs to be tightened down, and I'm not sure that those have to actually go through legislation. There may be just some, I guess, parameters that they work with within the DOC. So I think there are some ways that we can move forward without state. You don't think so?
No,
you're kind
I
of shaking
don't.
your
I'm
head.
going to stand by my
Okay.
legal opinion that will unnecessarily embroil the city in litigation. And I will point out, Councilmember Neese was kind to send me his emails on the Arizona ordinance, and they are in litigation. So I will pull that. I will pull the status of that, but Arizona's embroiled in litigation. We cannot, consistent with the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act, adopt a licensing scheme.
Okay. So one other thing, Karen, was that the representative from Tennessee had said that he was not aware of any litigation that they have due to their statutes. Is
In
that still
Tennessee?
true? Mm-hmm. Is that?
Tennessee does not actually regulate the industry through that kind of a structure. They withhold funding from any place that is not accredited. They bring up their judges on code of conduct, ethics charges, if they are referred to a facility that is not regulated. It is not one of those where they say, okay, with a sober living home, you must drug test, you must have some sort of written agreement. They don't regulate it in that manner. They do much more of a bigger picture carrot and stick approach that would be compatible with what we would expect the state of Montana to do.
Okay, Councilor Tricky?
Yeah, so I just want to say that I agree with all four of the mayor's points. I do not believe we understand this problem anywhere closely enough to begin drafting anything. I do agree that we need to move forward and continue to put pressure on this and discover more on it. But I, at this point, would not want to waste any staff time whatsoever in attempting to draft something that we can't tell you specifically what we want to have drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. What else? Council, do we want to give any direction to staff? Councilmember Gulick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I think I also would not like to see anything drafted at this point that limiting the number of people in a household having, after college, it was a way of achieving affordability living in a group house. There was 8 of us, and a lot of us couldn't afford cars, but I was able to pay off my student loans really fast, and that would give me the money to buy a house later. So anyhow, I think there could be it'd be a very blunt instrument that could have a lot of unintended consequences if we were to do that. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Council? Okay, you're not getting in the way of specific motions, but you're getting a sense, hopefully. And we can bring it back, or you can bring it back if you need something more specific. Chris, are you okay? Since you're
Yeah,
in
just
charge.
to kind of summarize, we took that the majority, not with unanimity, but the majority seemed to favor the 4 approaches that you brought up as next steps to keep moving forward. And the most obvious one is to continue. We have been working with legislators locally, and we'll continue to do that, looking forward to the next session. So thank you.
Okay, very good. And council, I declare us done with item number 1, finally. And, but very importantly, we've been having that discussion for a long time. So it's great we are moving forward, and thank you, staff, for your hard work, and for members of the public who've been cooperating with the staff in collecting this information. Thank you very much. That brings us then to item number 2, our ongoing budget discussion, our budget wrap-up, we hope, is going to be led by our Finance Director, Andy Zeller. So, Andy, to you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. I have a very brief presentation. The idea here tonight is mostly for council discussion. This is the final opportunity before we bring the budget for consideration and adoption on June 27th for you guys to provide feedback to staff. Clear direction tonight would allow us to bring back the budget resolution somewhat crafted in a way that's hopeful for that it's kind of what the majority wants to see, and should hopefully make for easier adoption on the 27th. On the 27th, of course, council will make official action to include amendments to the budget as well, should that be desired. There are 3 items that I wanted to highlight as topics, but obviously when we turn it over to council, anything is really fair game. There's one recommended amendment to the proposed budget that staff is bringing forward. That is to add $100,000 to the equipment replacement plan. The funding this would be funding for the MRT vehicles. It was not in the proposed budget. We anticipated using funding that has been set aside for replacement of the quick response vehicles from the fire department, or QRVs, which they do not intend to replace with a similar piece of equipment. So they've been setting aside funding for that for many years. And so when we went out for the public safety levy, we did not include those funds as part of the ask to taxpayers because we've already been setting those funds aside. And so the vehicle envisioned here is something similar to a Ford Explorer type SUV that ranges in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. So we're asking that to purchase 2 of those in the 23 budget. So adding $100,000 in authority. There's about $308,000 already set aside. That's been set aside for many years for the replacement of those QRVs. So that's one item. The next item that you guys have talked about briefly, Councilmember Rupsis had brought up 3 parks amendments that you guys had generally talked about. He had also included them in the amendment documents. One of them was to add a parks planner, another to add a matching funds or develop a matching funds program using existing budget that historically has not been used out of PD1. These are funds that were there for typically operations and maintenance type of items, but I guess were not used annually for those amounts or for that full amount. And so that funding would be reallocated from O&M into those 2 programs. There was some discussion as well about adding back in Park District 1 capital projects and increasing PD1 to cover those, but then also removing a 36th Street project and reducing, I believe, the street maintenance district assessment. So there'd be generally minimal or no impact to the homeowner on their assessments because one would go up to fund park projects and one to come down slightly to offset that increase. And then there's been a lot of discussion on the 2 mills and the marijuana tax, which is currently in the budget proposed for mental health and substance abuse, generally defined as that, no specific program identified. But you guys have talked quite a bit about that, so we wanted to, I think, provide opportunity to discuss that some more. And I believe Chris may have some comments on that as well. I don't know if you want to do that about the end of my presentation, but.
I'll let you go ahead and finish
Okay.
the presentation, and we can
All
circle
right.
back.
No, that is the end of the presentation. There was, aha. Did I skip over one? Okay. The amendment process, I don't know where I'm at in my slideshow, but, so we did create an online share file that you guys have all had access to. You guys can input your own amendments in there. And I believe the intention was to signal to council, here's what I intend to bring forward, as well as provide staff an opportunity to review the proposed amendment and, give staff the opportunity to be prepared to discuss. The ones that were completed as of Friday morning were included as part of your packet. That file's still open, and you have until June 15th. Anything that's in there will be included as part of the packet for the public to see. You can only see it currently if you have a City of Billings email address, but we want to make sure that the public has opportunity to view those as well. So council, you have until June 15th to get those completed, and they'll be included in the June 27th packet. And then, of course, amendments can be made at the June 27th council meeting as well. And that's all I have for a presentation tonight.
Okay, there's going to be a lot on our table. I just looked down here, so we'll move this way, I guess. Ripsis Boyette, Owen.
Thank you, Andy. I was not the only one that had amendments there. I know Danny had at least 102 of them. And the mayor had one, I think, as well.
Yeah.
So we were just lining ourselves up to try to gain your support and favor in the organization. Just kidding. That's one. Yeah, we can't count. In all seriousness, without specificity, what we recalled administratively was when you made comments about the amendments that you were thinking of, there were a lot of comments from other council members saying, yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. I don't think, in fairness, though, it covered each of the 3 or 4 things that you put on the table. That's the only reason yours are listed there. I don't recall any of the other ones, candidly, receiving much feedback from any more than just one of you. So we don't need to go any further with any of those tonight. That's why we brought that, as Andy said. If we know tonight a majority of council want us to move in a direction, we'd like to just go ahead and make those adjustments so that they're there on the table for you and the public on the 27th. But nothing mandates that has to happen.
All right, well, I'll just say for the record, I like those Rupsis amendments. I think he's on to something there, so thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Boyette.
So Andy, can you take your slide up there and go back a couple?
Probably.
That one right there.
There we go.
The capital project is a street project, and then PD1 is a park project. Is that like commingling of funds? I mean, just clarify that for me.
So no, that is not commingling of funds. And Councilmember Rupsis can correct me if I'm stating it incorrectly, but the intent is that the impact to the homeowner would be minimal or non-existent, in that we would reduce the street maintenance assessment by doing fewer capital projects there, and increase the park district maintenance assessment to accomplish more capital projects in Park District 1.
You don't see a problem moving money from one?
We're not using park money, or in this case, street money, to do a park project. So yeah, let's be crystal clear about that. The proposal is not to use, commingle anything. Proposal as we read it is exactly as Andy described it. Lower the increase, let's be clear there, and then have a higher increase in the other one to make more investment on the park side is how we read the proposal.
Does that make sense, Councilmember Boyette? Just the net impact.
I understand that, but we've talked before about you can't use wastewater money for this, and you can't. I just want to make sure that you're happy with that idea. So.
Yeah, I'm very confident that we would be collecting parks assessments for park projects and not collecting street assessments for park projects. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Rowan, I think I'd recognize, and Neese and Shaw.
So I just have some schedule concerns. It was my understanding that we had sort of informally agreed that tonight we were going to try to debate a little bit about mental health and substance abuse and where we would go. I mean, it's almost 8:30, so that might be a little tricky. But it was also my understanding that we would be doing budget amendments on both business meetings for this month. And when I look at the agenda for the next business meeting, it's very full. Clearly, we will not be able to do that. But I'm concerned that, I mean, I think at least a few of us had expected to have 2 business meetings to work through the budget amendments. I think there will be a number of them, and I guess I'm a little concerned we can't get through it all in one night. And I know Andy always reminds us that we don't have to have the budget done by the end of the fiscal year, but I think we try to. So this schedule was not what I was anticipating.
And basically what it came off of, as this being the work session, as you know, the packet for next week is already out. So there really needs to be a 2-week gap between the last work session and the first action item. As you state, Councilor Owen, there's no mandate to adopt the budget on July 26th, although Kevin and I might be doing this without the finance director at the first meeting in July.
I'll be back.
You'll be back? Yeah. Okay.
We don't need him.
Yeah.
He's done his job.
He just kind of gets in the way at this point.
But to amplify that point, it does show the importance of reaching as much consensus tonight as we can. That may not be perfect, but if we can reach agreement, that would be good.
I agree, but I would think that without fully seeing what everyone is proposing, it might be difficult to reach agreement. You know, I mean, sort of understanding the world of what's out there might influence some votes. So I would hope that we would do what we said and focus tonight on mental health and substance abuse and try to get our arms around that a little bit, and then be able to fully consider all council amendments in due time.
Okay. Councilor Vernice, and then Councilor Shaw, and then I'm going to try to bring us back to some of the specific recommendations that Andy identified that they want clarity on. But Councilor Vernice?
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Councilmember Owen on this, but I had a question regarding if we're going to be, if this proposal of Tom's, just to talk about that particular one, about the 36th Street project, what's Public Works think about that? What's their input on that? I'd like to hear from them before we were to make a decision on that. And then as far as adding capital projects in PD1, does that mean we're going to build the big pavilions up at Castle Rock Park with that money? Is that what your intent is? Sure. Maybe not in Centennial. We'll have more than that. We can do a lot with that in Castle Rock Park.
So Chris, just to address, since they're my proposals, on the capital projects, yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask Debbie, get input from Public Works on that. What I'm proposing is we delay that by 1 year. It's one of those unfinished gravel streets. And, you know, if we delay that by a year, they're supposed to start engineering this upcoming year. And so by delaying it, we're not really affecting anything. They've been unpaved for 30 plus years. It's probably an okay thing to do. And then what we're replacing it with, were actually the capital projects that were in the CIP that were then cut. So they cut the replacement of the Highland Park playground. They cut some of the water automation, irrigation automation projects that, of course, save the money, city money and resources, those types of things. So replacing those cuts from the CIP and doing that by delaying that one West End project, which, you know, it's in my ward, so I'm not trying to punish anybody else. The other two, I'm sorry, was the question
They
about
cut the pavilions as well?
They're not actually in the CIP yet, so.
They were. I think they cut them, but I don't remember when.
Yeah, they were cut like last year, I think.
Okay.
They weren't in this year's proposed or past CIP.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw?
Why don't you go, Your Honor, and then come back to me?
Okay. I was just going to ask us to focus on some of the specific issues, but I've still got seeing some hands. Chris?
Sorry, Mayor, if I could just add and follow up to Councilmember Nice's question. So as far as Debbie's perspective, or how does Public Works feel? One, Debbie's always, in Public Works, recognizes this is a full organization, and she's interested in, working collaboratively in that regard. I've got in front of me, literally, I could list the projects, tens of millions of dollars of our other road projects that need to be done, dozens of them. So as well as the fact that what we're doing for overlays and chip seals is expecting streets to last twice as long as we think they are. So they will certainly point out, hey, there's plenty of money to be spent on road transportation projects, but delaying a year isn't going to change the world in that regard. So if Debbie were here, I told her I'd cover it. I was comfortable covering it when the question came up. That's how she would respond. In fairness as well, I'd probably say that's, of the three concepts, we're shooting from memory, I don't recall council taking each one of council members' reps' Park's idea and saying, I like this one, don't like that one. I think this one really didn't get vetted at all. We just kind of generally heard, council members supporting the concept, so.
And just to state the obvious, we really will, in order to discuss this further, we're going to need to see a list of what was cut before, what would go back in, very specifically. Councilmember Shaw?
Yeah, I'm ready now. So I have a suggestion, and my take is 100% we levy the mills for mental health and substance abuse. I'm just looking at the calendar, and I'm wondering if other council members, if this would work as a system for other council members of whoever has a proposal for how those could be used, submit that as an amendment by June 15th, which would give us something on paper to look at. And really reflect on. I think getting into a really deep discussion right now is probably not super practical. And I like to read something. So I would love to read, okay, this council member thinks we should spend it like this. And I feel like if we do that by the 15th, there's another work session before our budget adoption that we might have a chance to discuss that. So I would ask, my question is for Chris, would we be able to throw something on the June 20th work session? I don't know how packed it is, but to deep dive into maybe those two mills and really have that conversation, but give us a chance to first get something on paper and reflect on it.
I don't recall what's on that 20th agenda. It's certainly, we basically, for the two mills, we're looking at this approach. One, ideally having the council sign off that, yeah, we want to levy the two mills. Second, that we feel we've gotten the behavioral health units far enough along that we can present them to you and let you know, specifically how we would use half of the two mills, $200,000. And the council could either take two approaches. Yes, okay, let's include that in budget amendments. One of Councilmember Chiriki's amendments is right up that alley. It's half of what we would need, but it's $100,000. $200,000 would get that going. Or would the council be more comfortable saying all of the two mills and all of the marijuana money, we want a subcommittee, the administrator create a subcommittee of the council and staff, dig into those issues over the next 30 days, and come back with recommendations that wouldn't affect the adopted budget. They would affect how we actually spent the money in the adopted budget. Because you appropriating it, yes, that would mean there would be $800,000 between marijuana and two mills. But without the council signing off on the way in which we would spend it, we would not start spending that money until we had the sign off from you. So those were the two approaches we were coming into tonight, thinking we've got folks here to answer questions, but we didn't set up tonight, just ran out of time for presentations tonight from Substance Abuse Connect and Continuum of Care. Carrie had to leave the meeting, but she is available and she is on Zoom. So we were going to set up that way as a Q&A for tonight and work with a subcommittee if that was the preference of the council.
I think I would recommend that then, that we move forward with this administrative subcommittee to hash this out and come back to council with a recommendation.
Mayor, if I could just answer the question that Chris had raised. The 20th schedule is pretty packed, but I don't think it's stuff that you can't move. So it's the next round of land use planning. It's maybe the report on safe route to schools. It sounds like things that could be moved.
Sure.
But it is a very full agenda for a work session already.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. We'll continue with the discussion. Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, so, and I would add to your remarks too, that like we can pass the rest of the budget and then do a budget amendment or hold on and just pass that part of the budget for the new stuff, as, you know, as we become comfortable with what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. I do want to apologize to everybody. I was using Andy's document as a think piece, you know, so a lot of what I was putting in there was really just kind of placeholders until I got around to actually figuring it out. So I do not have 37 different things that I want to add. Well, if you give me enough time, I will come up with 37 different things to add to the budget. But there are three that I think are really, really, really important. The first one is we have talked a number of times about how we do a process to use this money. And in my opinion, the only way we're going to get a good process to do that is if we have an expert on city staff who's responsible for informing us of what's going on, you know, not just within the city, but around the country and around the world on these issues and how we can move forward, but also on deepening that relationship between the city and the NGOs that are working on these issues for us. To me, that is the top one that we absolutely have to figure out. And I don't see a way of doing the process without the city having an expert. I don't. I mean, I'm a very well-trained social scientist, and I wouldn't want to have to try to make those decisions based on the information that we can get in these meetings. Second one is a public education budget for the PIO. I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit more in a moment. And the third one is, you know, to fund the behavioral health response unit team, whatever we're calling it today. So back to the public health budget thing. Council, I was going to bring this up in council discussion, and we can talk about it during council discussion, but it's another really good example of why I think we need this budget. Councilmember Owen and I were having a conversation last week, and in it, we both simultaneously came to realization that, like, nobody in Billings, Montana, even the country, really is standing up and saying, hey, we need to behave. We need to do the right thing. Not because Chief St. John is going to lock us up if we don't do it, but because it's the right thing to do. You know, we need to stop littering. We need to, you know, and the list goes just on and on and on, you know, and to me, hammering that message into the community right now is probably the single most important thing we can do to turn things around. Are we going to convince everybody to be law-abiding? Absolutely not. But there are a whole bunch of people, I am sure, that are right there on that balance of point of doing it and are sitting in an environment right now where nobody's saying, no, it's a bad thing to do these things. And in fact, some of our leaders are saying it's a good thing to do some of these things, you know. So I think it's really important that the city have a public education budget, you know, not just to say, hey, drugs are dangerous, don't drink and drive, wear your seatbelt, but other messages that we will need to do at one point in time or another. So that's what those 37 things are.
Okay, boil down to three. Back to Councilmember Owen.
Let's see, how do I want to organize my thoughts here for a second? So I am skeptical of the value of an administrative committee, to be quite honest, because I think everybody wants to be on it. And I don't think that you're going to get an administrative committee under quorum. I think everybody has strong opinions about it, and I think we need to have some conversations about it. At a minimum, we need to have a conversation tonight or some night about where we all are on the amounts we need to levy. And I think that I and probably other members are watching to see what happens with the vote tomorrow to help inform that decision. So that's probably not ripe for discussion yet. But I'm concerned that taking this offline to a committee is unlikely to be a successful path forward. So I would hope we could keep the conversation here, because I think everybody has thoughts that they want to put into it, unwieldy though it may be, challenging though it may be. And I think quite candidly, that's the challenge too with possibly bringing in a consultant to talk about what? And substance abuse and mental health is an enormous umbrella. And so you may have people who are experts in juvenile or adult or substance abuse only or mental health only or co-occurring disorders only. I can't imagine the type of person who would feel comfortable saying these are the things a city should do to be successful, because the umbrella is so enormous. So I think at some point we're going to have to talk about some things that we care about as council members and discuss them with each other and at least take a stab at this in some direction. So to that end, one of the things that concerns me is a lack of focus, and this gets back to what Councilmember Tricky was saying, on crime prevention. I think that the police department does a great job with crime prevention, but I think crime prevention is a much broader community effort. So I do think there's need for a sort of, if you see something, say something, call to action for the community to own its neighborhoods and keep its neighborhoods safe. I think that's important. I would ask, in terms of staff direction, that everybody take a look at the budget outside of the police department alone and see, are we doing enough for crime prevention? Are there ways that we can direct more resources to empowering citizens or to reorganizing the way we do things, to incorporating SEPTED into more departments of our budget? Can we do more on crime prevention and show citizens that it's not just enforcement that we're serious about, but public safety writ large? So that would be my only staff direction that I'd be comfortable giving tonight, is to just ask for a consideration. Have we truly shown in this document that public safety is our number one priority, and that prevention is as important as enforcement? I would hope that we can have a thoughtful conversation about substance abuse and mental health to at least understand tonight or some other night as a poll what council members consider most important. Is everyone on board with the behavioral response teams, or are there concerns that need to be vetted out? Are there other approaches that people at least want to put on the table? I think at least some discussion is important tonight.
Council, I'm not sure where this discussion is going to end. And I've already, I'm reminded that I lied to Councilmember Boyette. Actually, I didn't lie. That'd be an intentional falsehood. I just told him in good faith that I was going to remind everybody that tomorrow is the election and that everybody needs to get out and vote. And that since he needs to get up at 6 a.m. to be a poll watcher tomorrow, he's hoping this conversation won't go until 6 a.m. So at some point, we're actually going to have to prioritize some things to try to drill down on. Again, I'm going to soon, I hope, bring us back to the first item that was on Andy's list, which is the $100,000 spending authorization for the MRTs. Got to get my vehicles correct, but we'll come back to that after we've heard from some others. Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Neese, Joy.
Well, I have several things that I was concerned about. One was the ask for the $100,000. I mean, I'm just amazed that was not part of the public safety mill levy. I mean, where were we thinking if that wasn't a part of it? So that's one thing.
Councilor, I think we need to address it because we don't want that to people
Linger?
to linger. Yeah. So Chris, I think it was part, but go ahead.
We have the cash for the vehicles, so this is not a request for additional funding.
I understand.
The funding exists. In fact, the funding's been set aside, as with all equipment replacement in our program, for replacement of bigger, more expensive vehicles than this. That's why it wasn't included in the levy, because we didn't ask taxpayers to pay more than they needed to. We already have the money. But it was not shown as an appropriation or an expenditure in this proposed budget. So yes, it's an increase of $100,000 in expenses. It does not need to coincide with any increase in revenue. The cash already is set aside for the vehicles.
Okay. As far as community engagement and education, I mean, we have school district too. You always start with the kids. So, and we meet with the school district. So I don't know why we could not have some sort of cooperation with the school district. You know, I come from the DARE program when my kids were in school. That seemed to work pretty good. Funding ran out, so they dropped it. So I don't know that there isn't something that can be promoted within the schools, whether it's the elementary schools or the high schools. Because I think whenever you start trying to educate the adults in this community, that's going to be a little bit different because they already have some of this stuff formulated. And they may be harder to change, what their opinions are. Getting to the behavioral health. I have said, I think from day one, that I am not comfortable at this point with establishing this behavioral health unit. Our fire department is here, and they said, oh, no, it's different than the quick response teams. But yet, I see behavioral health, I see the police department responding, I see the fire department responding, I see behavioral health responding. Who's all going to respond to these calls? And then it's like, okay, who's going to do the paperwork? We're stepping away. And so, the police department would be there, and as long as they feel like something's safe, but if it's a mental crisis, that can change any second. So I'm not comfortable with that. I made the comment, I think it was today, St. Vincent's is doing a redo of their whole hospital, and to not have that engagement with the hospitals and Riverstone, to have some sort of a partnership, if you will, with established healthcare facilities. I mean, we're the regional healthcare provider here. So even with the behavioral health units, you're saying, oh, we're going to have maybe some sort of a counselor or mental health provider in one of these. They're having a hard time even getting these mental health providers for psych units and, some of the other outfits that we already have established in Billings. So I just have a hard time thinking that we're going to do something new and different that should already be part of what is already in our community. Those are our health care providers. So I do have a problem with it. And I think I've said that from the get-go. I'm not a fan of that. And as far as other things that are adding more to our budget, I just think we, as a community, we have to look at people in our community. Once this inflation, we don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know how much it's going to affect people. To sit there and say, well, we're going to keep adding more to the budget, 150,000 here, 200,000 there. I mean, I think our citizens, we need to be aware that they may be tapped out here before too long. And there may be some road projects, or there may be some park projects that we cannot do because people can't afford the assessments on them, whether it's a tax or whether it's an assessment. People may not be able to afford that. And I think if the city has to back off a little bit, so be it. They may have to back off. So I'm not a fan right now of growing any more government, if you will, having the people pay more now. They've been very generous with our public safety mill levies. I think they've been very generous with the city. And I think that's the focus because they're approving public safety mill levies.
Okay, council members Neese and Joy, and then I am going to specifically make a motion or ask whether there's any objection to Andy's recommendation of the $100,000 on mobile response units. Obviously, that's different from the behavioral units. Those are different animals. But council member Neese and Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, a real quick question before I address some of these issues. On the two mills, if the council were not to assess the two mills this cycle, could they come back mid-year and assess them and then collect them in April, is it?
Councilmember Neese, I think technically that may be possible, but we would be asking the treasurer to send out all new tax bills to the entire city, and so it really, I really would advise against that.
Yeah, now that I've asked it for us, we decided, I don't think I like that idea, but thank you for clarifying that. I think I agree with Councilmember Purinton, what she said, and a lot of what she said. I'm really hesitant in going forward on anything on the behavioral health until we have a plan established. And really, the plan needs to have some outcome results, and so that money is not just, we're not just taking that taxpayer money and wasting and transferring it from taxpayers to a nonprofit. It really needs to show that that money is being utilized well. I am concerned about the $100,000 request. I'd like to hear a little bit more from as far as, why it's increasing or why the $100,000 wasn't included, because at one point they were talking about changing these from one type of vehicle to an ambulances. I don't think the council ever approved that unless I missed one of those meetings. And, we heard not too long ago where we had to spend, I think it was $8 million in radios that wasn't planned for by the city. And so now this is just a smaller amount, but what else is the city not planning for that now, comes up like this? Thankfully, it's not $8 million and we had the money in reserves, but why was this missed in the budget?
Councilmember Neese, so that was my fault. When we did the public safety levy, we absolutely envisioned using these funds to acquire the equipment. When we built the budget, I had forgotten to put it in there as the request for these two vehicles using those funds. And a week ago, I was talking with Assistant Chief Banfield, and he reminded me, and I thought, oh, yeah, that's not in there. And so I put it on for tonight's discussion. That's the sole reason why it was not in the original proposed budget for council.
So it's not increasing taxpayers' money at all. It's
Correct.
Because the money was already there, is what you're saying.
Correct.
And it's not for future expenses.
Correct. So,
okay.
If I'll add a little bit to the discussion on the ambulance and I guess the interceptors. So they have, you can kick me if I get out of line, they have spoken with AMR. They don't have a contract yet, but they have discussed the ability for us to receive the first right of refusal on their equipment should we need that. So we've determined we don't need to acquire the larger, more expensive ambulance type vehicles. That's why this budget is much less than what I think you may have heard at one point in time for the more expensive equipment.
I see. Okay. Okay. And then on, I guess the other thing I would ask Chris, and of course I looked at the schedule for next week. It's probably, we couldn't fit anything on next week's schedule. It's really full. And so one of the things I hear from a lot of council members is how we're adjusting the budget, but it's always adjusting it up. As Councilwoman Purinton mentioned, the economy is facing a pretty staggering hit. People are paying probably over $5,000 a year extra just in gas prices alone. And this is going to tax them a lot with the way they're having to spend. The food costs are going up. And this is just the start of this. I don't think this is going to end. I don't know the future, but my suspicion it's going to continue. As won't be surprised probably from some of you, I will probably be requesting some cuts. And one of the questions, I know we can't cut everything, and especially in the public safety, because this is where I think it's important that we spend the money. This residents just gave us that money, and we should need to show some results. But there is other areas I think that we really need to try and tighten the belt in, and hopefully we as a council can look at what the taxpayers have to go through coming up in this coming year, and see how we can help alleviate some of the tax burdens that they have to pay, while at the same time providing this public safety. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Troy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Gosh, there's been lots of discussion here. I'm not sure quite. And regarding the 2 mills, what I think from my 35,000 feet level is that we, as council members, be very clear that we have an oversight in how those dollars are spent. That's the most important thing. Our tax dollars, we're responsible for collecting, and we're responsible for the way they get expended. And that's, to me, the most important thing that we do. Does that mean that, this is the thing that kind of hits me, is who's looking out for the city's interest when we get really deep into the nonprofits and how that all gets played out? who's actually speaks up for the city and the tax dollars we put in that process? I've been on council long enough that I've heard a lot of presentations, and quite frankly, it's very muddled in my mind what happens to the money that gets put into the nonprofits and where it goes. And I know that that's not some sort of problem. It's that it's very complicated. How one level gets funded, how another level gets funded, and then what we get out of that process. That's my concern, and I think that's consistent across council members, that we're very concerned that the 2 meals actually be a part of something that we can say to the public, this is what we've got out of our investment. And I think that's where it all gets lost. We put the mills in and then we're like, what happened to it? And so I don't know that there is any expert that could actually do that, but I'm not sure, because of the way that money gets spent and things are siloed, that there's anyone actually out there saying, hey, wait a minute. We need the city's interest to be really put into this in a way that we can go back to our taxpayers and say, this is what we got out of it. And one of the things I'm concerned about, and I'm very clear that our economy has difficulties and our taxpayers have difficulties. One of the things that really concerns me is when I read the newspaper, I hear there are big problems at the state level when it comes to Warm Springs. How is that going to impact the city of Billings? If you think that the state, previously, very often what has happened is that the results of our legislative session has been that things don't get funded, but the problem exists at the municipal level. And so we've taken on things that we really shouldn't have to, because the state has abdicated that responsibility. We have a discussion about sober living and the impact on the city. We talk a lot about the Department of Corrections and their role in this. It seems to roll down on us. So if there are big problems in Warm Springs, they'll roll down to us. If there are big problems at Deer Lodge, they'll roll down to us. That's what's happened. So I think we are not always in a position where we can balance everything. And I don't know how we do that well, if we do that well, or how we come out on that. But if there are problems at Warm Springs, there will be problems in Billings. It will roll down. That's how it happens. So the most important thing I wanted to say about the 2 mills, I don't know that Councilmember Owens talked about whether a city administrator subcommittee would be able to do, to really be able to pull this together. I'm not sure whether we would be able to do that too, but I do know, I think it's consistent that we want the best, we want to get the most out of our 2 mills as we can, and that we have oversight on that, and we have some measurable outcome. And I think that's consistent across all members of council, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy. We need to move this along, so I'm going to make this motion relating to the $100,000 involving the MRTs, mobile response units. And then I'm going to come back. We have members of the audience who are connected with Substance Abuse Connect, which would be potential partner in the spending for the behavioral health units, the 2 mills that we've been talking about, and also from the continuum of care on housing issues. We once had a representative from the YWCA. I think we've lost her. So these people have been patiently waiting, and I think we want to make sure that if they have a proposal for us, they have information for us, so we give them a chance to be heard. So, but anyway, the first item up, my motion for council's consideration would be that we authorize staff to change the capital replacement line item to increase it from $1,048,013 to $1,048,013 to authorize that $100,000 expenditure for the 2 mobile response vehicles for the fire department, which I guess would be whatever size trucks those are. Two trucks is my understanding, consistent with the staff recommendation spelled out in Andy's staff recommendation, and also as shown on Exhibit A to the proposed resolution in our packet. And Councilmember Boyette makes that second. Discussion now on that item.
What page was that on the budget?
I'm referencing the staff recommendation you're talking about in the budget book. It's not in the book, that's kind of the point. So we're adding the $100,000 consistent with what's in the staff. Exhibit A.
What line, where would it be added in the budget book?
Oh, it would be under Fund Department in Exhibit A, page 2 of Exhibit A, and he has the box and the arrow. So that shows the change.
Yeah, Councilmember Neese, the staff memo for tonight had the proposed resolution, just to give you a sample of what will be at budget adoption, and the budget book is loading. I can tell you what page it is in a moment. But it's the Capital Replacement Fund. If you go to your table of contents, it'd be under Capital Projects Fund, and I think it's the last one on that list. It's still loading. Trying to stall long enough.
Well, and as the mayor mentioned.
Okay, well, it's within that small group.
Capital Replacement Fund, 283.
Yep, okay, there you go, 283. That would be to increase that budget authority, as the mayor indicated, from $1,048,013 to $1,148,013.
So that's the proposal. Councilmember Boyette made the second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese, did you want to say anything before we?
No, I just wanted to make sure I updated my budget book to see where that amount's going to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to a vote then.
Just
Councilmember Gielich?
Sorry, quick question then. So then revenue also correspondingly goes up to account for it's revenue from savings, I guess, but does that go somewhere?
Yeah, it would technically be use of reserves within that fund. So maybe to try to paint a clearer picture, these two vehicles, I don't know what the original acquisition price was, but they were anticipated to be replaced at around, I believe, $230,000 to $250,000 a piece. The fire department has said we're not going to replace a similar vehicle, and so that funding then becomes available for, well, the intent was for these two vehicles.
And basically, these are two SUVs. And Chief Valdez said yes. So, okay, if we're ready to vote, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. And Councilmember Tidswell voted in favor. Is anybody in opposition? Please say nay. Okay, so that passed unanimously. There's your direction on that one item. Let's move on to hear from our potential partners. We've got a lot. It's a little disappointing, frankly, that here we are in June and we're still talking about budget amendments. We've got 14 that were submitted already, and I guess there's others floating around out there that we haven't seen. But we know that some direction on how to spend the potential $400,000 of predicted marijuana money and $400,000 from the 2 mills is still a very important issue. So we'll look to the continuum of care, so get ready, and Substance Abuse Connect, get ready. But Councilmember Boyette, before we do so.
We haven't collected any money yet. We have no money to give, correct?
My understanding, we have collected marijuana money, and Andy, could you just clarify for us, as the vote goes, how that could impact, when that becomes effective, and so assuming the voters reject future sales in the county, whether that $400,000 estimate is still good, but only for a single year. But anyway, if you can address the potential impact of the vote one way or the other.
Yep, so Mayor and City Council, we have not received any marijuana excise tax revenue to date. We anticipate receiving the first portion in June. This first quarter of the years, they're trying to figure it out. It's taking a lot longer. After they get that, it should be on a quarterly basis. If recreational sales are, I don't know what the phrasing of the ballot is, yes, discontinued, then that becomes effective, and I believe we would stop collecting taxes. I'm not 100% certain. It's July, August, or September, somewhere in there. So it would not be a full year that we would receive it. They would continue to collect the excise tax on medical, which is slightly less than half, about 40 to 45% of our sales in the county are medical. So that would continue to occur. So it's potential that we would see about $180,000 to $200,000 a year in excise tax if that split continued.
So if the vote goes against continued sales, how much, and I guess we're only talking about expenditures for fiscal year 2023, that number might be, was that 180 to 200?
My estimation is 180 to 200,000.
Okay, and for this year, we would have accrued approximately how much?
So this year, our estimates are that we will receive from January 31st, when the first day of tax, to June 30, we anticipate receiving about slightly over $200,000. And based upon an initiative that you guys approved and from Councilmember Tariki's, you will see a budget amendment on the June 13th meeting for the contribution to the YWCA from FY22 dollars.
Okay, and if the vote is in favor of marijuana sales, that's when we get the 400. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
But we also haven't even started collecting the 2 mills, so we have no money to give anyone for the 2 mills. Since we have no money.
At this point, right. But for fiscal year 2023, we would, starting in November. Yep, okay. Hopefully that factual background is helpful. Okay, so let's hear from Chris. Would you just, you've been in discussion with our partners, both Continuum of Care, Substance Abuse Connect. Would you lead us through and tell us who you'd like to hear from and give us a little bit of the background?
So 2 things, I think, to try as we move forward. One is, clearly this is more of a pressing issue than the other items we have on the June 20. So wherever we don't get tonight, I would suggest I'll move those other items from June 20th and we'll move these into their slot. We did come, though, prepared, and I'd first go to Assistant Fire Chief Bansfield, since he has been really leading our internal team on both the medical response teams and the behavioral health. And I understand it's easy to get these mixed up, but I would ask Jason to come and at a high level, kind of give that overview, and then yes, there's a partnership with behavioral health that's been discussed, of which Kristen, so the 2 of them, I'd ask them to give the high level review of where we're at right now with behavioral health.
Thank you. Chief.
How's everybody tonight? So first of all, I believe that we've been working on this sort of project that I've been involved with since about the first part of December. We've gone out to other, communities to look at this. We've been researching with other members. We've had experts come into our community from Colorado, a ton of players that already do this work. We've been down several different roads using the HOT team. We've talked about using the police department, and the pieces that drive the fire department to do this is the connection piece through dispatch and also having medical control. Okay, medical control pieces, Councilmember Purington basically stated that, we need to have involvement from healthcare workers, and EMTs are healthcare workers. They're licensed. And these specific EMTs are trained at what's called a certified integrated healthcare worker. And that has an impact on how and the ability to then bring some of that money back in from billing from this piece of this. So once they hit that certification, which has been approved through legislation. So that's a new piece that's been added through Montana Code Annotated over the past couple of years to support community programs like this through DPHHS. So it really doesn't work unless you bring this portion into it. A lot of this vulnerable population has to be vetted medically, correct? So that population needs to make sure that they fit inside regular protocols, which they don't, okay? So blood glucose is higher, hypertension's higher, kidney issues are higher, liver functions are higher, and having the medical portion of that tied in with medical control is super important. Now, the other community partner that we're with, and I know this is a contentious item, you know, is Rimrock Foundation, because they're a private company, but they're the only one that has leaned forward, and they're already paying for the mental health care workers right now, and they've done that. And there's a couple more pieces that, you know, I know this feels like we're pressuring you to make decisions soon on this, but the vetting of this in this program we've been working on for quite some time, and a little bit of trust will move us forward, and we can have some oversight conversations to do that. I think we know. You know, we are the experts in this, and we've brought the experts with us, and we've had them visit our community. So with those pieces, there's a couple other things that if we don't vote on this and get these mills moving forward by July 1, I've literally got a possibility for a grant of supporting one of the EMTs for $77,000 a year for 2 years. We have a vehicle, so we might be able to offset some of this cost, but we can't do so until you guys make those decisions on the policy side. So that's what we're hoping we can get some support in getting that, just the mills. We can have the discussion where, this can move forward, and the accountability piece. We had some discussions today about an oversight committee. There is also some other things that, we talk about these MRTs and how that's going, and you're going to want some of that oversight too. And in the past, there was a community emergency medicine committee in 2008 that was disbanded that the council had, and you had oversight with that. Now, things change, you'd want probably some different people on it now, some physicians, and that's the hospital connection piece that you're looking for, Councilman Purington. So we have some ideas on what that should look like to support that, so you guys can get the answers back that you need. I'm gonna let Kristen talk a little bit, and then if you want to fire some questions at us, you can.
I think if Kristen adds her piece, and then we can be very specific with where we, in order to launch, how we would recommend one of the 2 mills be spent on services the city would be providing in this partnership, including the accountability piece. So, Kristen.
And Kristen, just if I can clarify with Chris, what we're talking about now does not authorize expenditure. So I think there's some natural, correct me if I'm wrong, but natural hesitation. Without seeing a piece of paper, that really lines this out, we want to make sure that we would have the opportunity to approve any sort of agreement, call it with Rimrock, call it with other partners later. And we're just talking about putting money in a budget to raise the money, not to actually spend a nickel.
Absolutely correct. This is a work session. This is a budget work session. This is preparation for adopting a budget. All the things you just stated, Mayor, are true and would need to be detailed before expenditures would take place.
Okay, thank you. Kristen.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate everything you've said. Couldn't agree more. As I've, said when I was here before, that this is an important responsibility that's on you, this taxpayer money. There absolutely has to be accountability and outcomes. And you need to know what those outcomes are. And I'm very comfortable with the proposal that we have to give you, but as you stated, we really haven't had an opportunity to give you the proposal. We have spent months developing policies and procedures, vetting them with experts. They're being run through legal right now, putting this together. So I sit here very confident that I can answer your questions, but I sense this hesitancy from you, and I want to be in partnership. These are not problems that any one entity solves. As I've said before, these are not problems that any one program solves. And, I've shared with you, this is our vision. You guys have seen it. This is an evidence-based approach. There is a whole field of expertise that is about the intersection of public safety and behavioral health. And those are the experts that we've been paying attention to in building our plan. So I very much look forward to whatever process you guys put in place. And I just want you to know I agree with that and with the oversight and the outcomes that we have started already to figure out what are the outcomes we have to track, including what are the savings. I mean, we're really here for a couple of reasons. One is we're spending way too much on this problem. Our money that we're spending, we're using very inefficiently. And that's what all the research shows. And there are ways to do this more cheaply. This is one of them. You know, as you're standing up a new approach, it's not necessarily cheaper the very first year because you've got your old approach and your new approach. So at some point, you start to recognize the cost savings. That's got to be part of the evaluation. Are we seeing the cost savings we anticipate? Are we seeing savings to police time? This model should save time for the police when they're out on a call. They should be able to go, if it's a behavioral health situation, they should be able to leave the behavioral health team there and go deal with something else. So we anticipate, and this is when we look at models where they've implemented this elsewhere, there have been tremendous savings to the police department. There have been, as somebody has mentioned here, hospitals. There are tremendous savings to local emergency departments. But really the two entities that save money from these approaches are municipal governments, because whoever was saying that this all falls on municipalities is, you know, that's been true. So I think that that's got to be built into the evaluation. Is how is this working? And also what has to be built in is continuous quality improvement from the standpoint of, you know, nothing's going to be perfect first time around. So what have we put into place to ensure that we're going to fix whatever doesn't work as we go? So that's the approach that we take. We have an external evaluator that we are working with on all of our projects. And again, to me, this all ties together. So our external evaluator is looking at impact on 911, 988 dispatch, as well as police time, and that's part of the continuum. We've got to look at this crisis receiving and stabilization part down here, right? And so our evaluator is looking at all of that. And I just think that you're in a unique situation where really we do have the money to do amazing work in our community. I don't think this is a either or and or but situation with the particular proposals I know are before you from YWCA and COC. I think you're in a position where we can do this all, and especially if we're super thoughtful about how we sequence things and super thoughtful about building, I've said this last time I was here, building a system that is in line with what the state is building. They have recognized this as well, as so has the nationally recognized how this cost gets pushed down to municipalities. So the state is building a Medicaid structure around this. And so we've got to build our system smart. So I said this last time, we don't want taxpayers to pay anything twice. We can be really smart. So I just think you have an amazing opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions. We have done a super careful job. What we're asking you for is certainly not all the costs of this program. We have leveraged a lot of other additional funding. All the behavioral health costs are covered. In fact, when you talked about the shortage of employees, we've already got employees hired for the behavioral health side of this. We don't have the EMTs hired. And we have amazing employees we found. If we don't do this, they'll get redirected somewhere else. In fact, one of the employees was an EMT for 10 years, 20 years, something like that, so.
Okay, I guess if there are questions, we also have to hear from, do we have Carrie Boyder from the Continuum of Care? So if we've got do you have some specific questions for our presenters, and then we'll ask Carrie to jump on.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my real question is to Chris, as the council, do we need give you a direction to go collect the 2 mills to start with before all this gets?
That's certainly the first decision relative to the budget is, are we going to levy the 2 mills or not? I did not expect to get that tonight you to answer that question definitively, but we wanted to start answering questions and laying out what $200,000 of how we think you should appropriate it.
I'd like to make a motion that we, the council, direct the staff to collect the 2 mills, not to direct where the money goes, but just to collect it. It'll start in November?
Okay, so motion made and seconded by Councilmember Shaw to go down that path. I assume there's a certain deadline or trigger point that is an actual deadline for doing so, Andy? When is that? When the ballot goes out? Or no, it's not, it doesn't have to do with the ballot, so
it's
it's
in
just
the
whenever
budget.
whoever
Yeah, it's
does
in
the
the
tax
budget.
bill.
Yeah, you guys set mills in September. I believe our deadline is the first meeting in October, but really should think about last meeting in September would be ideal.
Okay, so, but for budget purposes, to count on the full 2 mills, that's the motion, seconded. Discussion on the motion. Councilmembers Neese and Owen. Or, you guys know who
I
raised
think
your
we're going
hand
to say the
first.
same thing, is the budget was already created with the 2 mills in
Yeah.
it, so there's no need for a motion. The only
Okay.
motion would be to say not to have the, not to
Correct.
correct it.
Okay,
My question, he said yes.
Sorry for the lack of clarity. It is in the proposed budget. There was talk of possibly removing it or leaving it in.
okay, so the
You
default
are
is
correct.
it's already there. So motion withdrawn? Yes. Motion with, second withdrawn? Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Owen?
So Chris, I have a question for you. I think respectfully, Captain Banfield said, or Chief Banfield said, there's no other partner that stepped up, and that's just, I think that's an untrue statement. I think that partners who step up and want to work with the city and challenge the current groupthink get organized right out of the coalition, which brings me right back to my concern of conflicts of interest. So I had asked you to look into it, and I'm hoping you can give us some updates.
I don't have an update for you this evening. I would say bringing back to you a deeper discussion on this on the 20th would be our next opportunity to talk about this.
Oh, that's fine. I don't think it's accurate that there are no other people in the community who want to partner with the city on doing these teams. I think we're creating a customer pipeline for a single entity without giving a chance for competition. And so I'd really just like to understand further those implications. But then I do have a question actually about, you had said that you wanted a couple of EMTs on these vehicles. Do any of the EMTs we have now, and I know they're not, you may not be able to answer this question fully, but do you envision these EMTs, or are any of the EMTs operating in the community that you know of, are they trained in mental health first aid? I know that's a module, and I just didn't know if it was adopted in our community.
Yeah, we're looking at funding what's called crisis intervention training and that piece to train those. So the other piece of this is they're not regular EMTs, right? Like they do a community paramedicine portion, which has been outlined in the CPSM study that would, the city would lean forward on that portion also. Billings Clinic's already doing kind of the private post-care follow-up, the home, almost home physician kind of things for the medicine side. But the behavioral health piece is, there's a community paramedicine piece for the connection back to medical control. And then there's the crisis intervention training to go along with the mental health worker. So it supports that. That's where the molding and the blending of these two teams have been the best outcomes across the country.
So you see these as specially trained individuals with a heavy mental health?
They are. They go through some special training through what's called MedStar out of Fort Worth, Texas, to get that Montana Code annotated certification, so we can get some reimbursement back through DPHHS.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, I think your hand up, and Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who to address this to. I guess, Chris, and I'll ask you because you kind of mentioned some of this as far as you understand the need for outcomes. And you said there'll be some savings. And then I guess some of that question I have on this is, yeah, there'll be savings. So what happens to that savings? At what point will we see these savings? How long do you anticipate these outcomes that to see in our community to happen?
That's a really good question. I think that we need at least a couple of years under our belt to start. I think we'll start seeing some savings pretty fast with the time that the police spend on site. And we should see diversions off of 911 pretty fast. But I think it would definitely take, and that's a good question for me to ask some of the communities that are down the road with some of these cost savings, how long it actually took them. I haven't asked them that, how long it actually took them to realize their cost savings.
Okay.
So I can follow up on that, but
Okay.
for sure we have to track it.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to
Yeah.
know what we expect the outcome. And Mayor, I've got another
Yeah.
follow-up question for Chris, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Chris, do we even know, do we have the data to say, when she says, well, that we've reduced the police calls, are we going to be able to measure that? Is there systems in place now that we can actually show and produce a good outcome of what we are going to be having in the city when something like this takes place?
I'm going to look to the folks who are closer to dispatch and managing calls, to either one of them to answer your second question. Then I'd like to go back to the first one that Kristen gave you some feedback on.
So there's so I want to address something first of all, back to Missoula. They run an average of 140 calls a month using their behavioral health unit, their crew. Okay, just keep that in mind, and that's Missoula, that population. So that's that data. The other piece is police and fire, what's going to move forward in what's called disposition codes. And so when we're done with the code, no matter what we got paged through priority dispatch, they may obviously change by the subjectiveness of the caller and what happened on scene, correct? So you're going to see that. So when the call comes on the backside, we're going to look at disposition codes so we can challenge that data to make sure that we are seeing the right codes and what we saw in the patient. So the data and then collection of that. And that's what Kristen's talking about. It'll take about 18 months to really pick those pieces up and really get that data back through, so that what we responded to and what the mental health people are going to, and then what they're going to say what they saw on scene is the next piece where we'll collect that data.
But I guess the
PD's
question is,
using disposition codes.
do we have that data now so that when this goes in place, we'll know, that there actually was a result?
We're working on getting that, collecting those data right now. So actually 911 dispatch is tracking for a month for it. Well, we've got a list of all, it's a little bit complex. We have a list of all the mental health codes, and I know Chief is still here and can answer, but certainly all the calls that come into 911 dispatch are coded. And so you can tell how many mental health calls there are. We also have this crisis line that's coming in, same thing. There's very deep, specificity that you can get into. And so how many of those, we're working with 911 dispatch right now on identifying how many of those are. And I actually have a report, I didn't bring it with me, on some preliminary look that we have done at what were all the mental health calls that came in and how many of them might. So we're figuring that out is the story, that we are getting a baseline figured out now.
Which, could I add, that's a refinement of course, we've been tracking 911 calls forever, but the refinement here is defining the call and what actually happens there. So part of the savings, kind of that first question at a high level, is these aren't additional calls. The police department's responding to 90,000 calls. The fire department's responding to 20,000 calls. Where does the savings come in? The ability in some component that PD doesn't need to stay on that call for an hour and a half or for 45 minutes. It's determined to be safe and more appropriate to be responded to by one of these more efficient, more effective service deliveries. That's where over time, some of the largest savings. Will it actually be cash savings? No, it won't be cash savings. It'll mean the officer was able to be off on other calls for service or do proactive police work, not spending so much time on that call.
Yeah, and I'll also say, we're doing a lot of due diligence on this end, but also there'll come a point when I quit, because I'm not going to invest if the city doesn't want to go, not me, just me, but all the partners we've had investing lots of time on this. We're not going to keep investing time if it's not a direction the city wants to go, So, but definitely we're working on it, and we're working also with the other crisis coalitions across the state of Montana who are all doing the same work around developing economies of scale with our evaluation, so that we're evaluating on some of the same measures, and we can also compare our cities. And I'm in a monthly meeting with crisis coordinators across the state around those topics.
Okay, I have just one other question, if you don't mind.
And last one, then we got to move on.
And I kind of share Council Member Owen's concern over other providers that could do the same type or similar or different direction, whatever it may be. Chris, I heard the chief say that, the partnership is in place. I heard Kristen say that legal is already looking through the documents now. Is this a done deal? Has this already been agreed upon between the parties that no one else can actually now come in because they've already got an inroad into, researching all the 911 information. They've got agreement with appears to be some type of an agreement with the fire department and now with the city attorney looking at the agreement.
So there's no signed agreements between us. We've all been working on this, and it actually goes well before Assistant Chief Benfeld's position, goes all the way back to pre-pandemic as to how to roll out behavioral health and the various teams that have been working to roll out these kind of services. So to answer your question, are there opportunities to do this through an RFP process and have others? That door isn't closed. But yes, we have been working with partners who've stepped up and said, yeah, let's figure out how to do this.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Chris, we just got to keep going. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Shaw and Joy, because I did before, but then I'm going to come back to Kristen and Jason and ask, sort of wrap up, that we need to go on to the housing component of this. But what kind of dollar amount are we talking about? Because we're talking budget now, not approving anything. But dollar amount, my understanding is $200,000. And when are we going to see a written proposal? When? So the timing component of that. So, but for now, Councilmember Shaw and Joy.
I also would like to see something in writing. Is this a need? 100% yes. Our community needs this. And I understand work has been happening for years, and that's great. I'm really struggling to get a handle, though, on where the county mills have gone in the last few years. And so I would really like to challenge Substance Abuse Connect to come back to us on June 20th with a good breakdown of where that money has gone in the last 3 years. Because I know it's been allocated. The question for me is, well, why hasn't this been done yet? And so I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but I would like that to be percolated on and to say that's a reservation that I have.
I just do want to say we haven't had that mill funding for the last 3 years, so I can tell you where it went, but it didn't come to us.
Okay, thank you.
I can tell you that.
That would be great,
We
too.
just recently were awarded an RFP, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Choi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, but my questions were asked, so thank you.
Okay, all right. Then if you guys can address about how much are we talking about? And Chris, I know you've been involved, so if you want to add in, fine. And then when would we see something more specific so that if Councilmember Owen wants to get into the business or anybody else, they also have an idea when? Because we need to bring some definition here.
So the dollar piece is easy because we've talked about it so many times as a group trying to prepare. So it's $200,000. We believe the program can started with the city's portion at $200,000 funding the purchase of the equipment, equipping the equipment, and the two EMTs that would work alongside whoever supplies the mental health folks. The third bucket potentially is funding the third-party independent analysis and data performance piece of it. And what's not been clear yet is whether we're going to be able to use, there's apparently some good grant opportunities to fund the equipment. If we don't have to use our cash for the equipment, then we would want to use our cash to do that independent verification of performance. So that's $200,000. As far as what I wrote down is program description. You're asking for a written description of the program. I don't think that will be hard to get to you because it's been so vetted internally. So whether it changes, I'm confident we can make that a part of the packet for you on the 20th of a program description. June 20th.
Okay. Obviously, that won't be very detailed, but at some point that would evolve into something much more detailed if council wanted to continue to move
We
in that
have all the
direction.
policies and procedures, job descriptions we could send you right away, so we have all the detail, as much as you want.
I'll leave that to you guys to decide what is appropriate. Councilmember Trickey, and then let's hear, do we still have, is Carrie on? Okay, so we've been promising that we'll hear from Carrie's, but Councilor Trickey, something final on this?
I just want to make a point that this project is not like the other ones that have come forward recently. This is something that the city has been working with our partners in the community for years on to develop this proposal long before the 2 mills was ever, even imagined that we were going to come up with. So at some point, we were going to have to decide where and how we were going to fund this. I don't consider this to be the exact same thing as like a new proposal that came in here, or for that matter, the ask from the YWCA. This is something that previous council has asked staff to work on and come up with a proposal. And they have, and I don't consider it the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Carrie, we do have a written document from you. Welcome, and we appreciate your patience. But we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from you and where we're at on the possibility of whatever it is you want to spell out for us. So I'm just going to turn the microphone over to you for, 3 to 4 minutes? Will that be sufficient, or do you need more than that?
I'd love a little bit more of that, just so that we can equally get into the nuts and bolts, not quite to the extent that you just heard from, but I can probably wrap up in about 5 minutes, probably, between the comments, and I would like to be able to go over this executive summary that we've prepared.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor Cole and Council. I'm here once again to outline the urgent and critical need to invest public safety mill levy funds for mental health and substance abuse services to provide the supports needed to move our community's most chronically unhoused neighbors into safe, stable living environment. Now, I've come before this body at least 4 times in the past year in both a personal and a professional capacity. First, in May of 2021, to support dedicated public safety mill levy funding for what was then termed mental health and homelessness. And I returned in June after the word homelessness was stripped out and substance abuse services was added instead, to ask council to consider reverting to the original language. Now, I came before you last month as the Continuum of Care president to update you on the more than 2,000 individuals that the Continuum of Care and its partners have screened and referred to supportive services since the COC's establishment of its coordinated entry system in 2018. A process for which we have not asked for any public partnership as of yet. And this includes those who received shelter off the streets, which the COC stood up in 6 weeks' time in response to the pandemic, along with our efforts to maintain seasonal shelter through the coldest winter months. All of those are already in our established coordinated entry system and the homeless management information system that's part of that. So today I'm here to reiterate how the city can get the best return on investment by allocating limited public safety mill levy funding to overnight shelter and post-crisis wraparound care for the most frequent utilizers of emergency services. Now, since April 3rd, when the COC ceased its temporary sheltering efforts, many of these frequent utilizers of emergency services, who are sometimes disabled, often unable to stay sober, and frequently in and out of crisis, have been left with nowhere else to turn. By providing shelter and wraparound care to these chronically unhoused neighbors, the COC can save the city and its partners upwards of $10 million per year. That's the cost of responding to just 93 of the so-called super users identified by the DDA as having 15 or more contacts with law enforcement. The COC also has an exemplary public safety record that Chief St. John has testified to on several occasions. And similarly, the need to prevent crime through direct services for people experiencing homelessness was a talking point for the city during community forums to encourage passage of the public safety mill levy. And through our sheltering efforts, the COC has proven that it can make a direct positive impact on public safety without many of the negative impacts expected. Whether in a church basement or a motel, the COC can safely and humanely serve the most challenging population that presently lives on our streets. People deemed beyond the scope of care elsewhere have been given dignity, hope, and a warm place to sleep by the COC. We can meet this community need permanently, but there are few programs like this, if any, that do so without some form of public-private partnership. A wraparound services center low-barrier shelter and supported housing units envisioned by the COC can serve as a one-stop shop for first responders and the mobile medical team, as well as the crisis response units, and also for our most chronically unhoused neighbors. It would serve as a relief valve for existing programs with waiting lists and an alternative to service providers with policies that forbid behaviors common amongst our highest utilizers of emergency services. Now, whether or not a new facility is ultimately supported by the city, there remains an imminent risk of people freezing to death on the streets of Billings this coming winter if something is not done to shelter them. And sequencing does matter because there isn't going to be funds after November to shelter these folks now, and that doesn't include the summer. So for perspective, the period when Off the Streets was open is the first time in recent memory when Billings did not see any deaths from exposure, hypothermia, frostbite, or other weather-related fatalities. And when these deaths occur on our streets, fire and police must respond, often with AMR, which is a costly proposal. And aside from the human costs, our community just cannot afford the financial costs of continuing to operate with the jail and the ER being the front lines for the battle against addiction, homelessness, mental illness, and more. This remains true with or without the introduction of mobile behavioral health units. And if we have these mobile behavioral health units, where will they take people when the crisis center is at capacity, which happens almost nightly? When the MRM's emergency shelter is closed from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.? What about after 11 p.m., when the emergency shelter no longer offers intake? So housing in a low-barrier shelter like Off the Streets costs an average of $5 per person per night, depending on the model that's developed. And as long as someone is not a danger to themselves or other, providing these wraparound supports is the single most cost-effective action that can be taken to ensure the safety of the person in need, along with the public at large. Investing in crime prevention and diversion not only yields better outcomes across the boards, it saves us enormous amounts of money by diverting people from the jail and emergency room and into community-based programs that offer evidence-based solutions. I want to quickly just review this executive summary, which is on paper. Obviously, you all received the white paper, which is a little bit lengthier, that we provided when we presented last month. But this is just a quick overview of how potential public safety mill funds could be utilized for the population that we serve through the COC. And this is specifically people who are not sober, who are often disabled, and who are cycling in and out of crisis. These neighbors need a warm, dry, safe place to sleep, ideally with access to showers and laundry. But equally important are the wraparound supports designed to assist in setting and achieving goals that empower these folks to move into their maximum potential. And the collective cost of inaction, as you can see in the box there on the side, is high. I'm not going to repeat all those things to you. We've talked about them before. But doing nothing is very expensive for us. If you look at phase one, which would be essentially what we would ask for this first year of support, we have asked for the full amount of the public safety mill funding, whether that comes from the already levied marijuana funds, the already levied public safety mill, future public safety mills, doesn't necessarily matter to us, but it is important that we know how we're going to shelter people and provide the wraparound care for those people this winter, ideally this summer. So phase one would allow us to provide that seasonal shelter through the winter, which is 6 months from October 1st to March 1st. That's similar to what we have seen in Bozeman. And that would cost $180,000 total at $30,000 a month. Additionally, if we wanted to provide pop-up shelter on days when it's over 100 or below 32 outside that 6-month period, the COC could do that for about $1,250 a day. We think it's really important that we do provide some case management. Medicaid rates were cut back in 2010 for this purpose, and so we've been left without case managers since, which has really kind of been part of what has led us to where we're at. So we would like to see 3 full-time equivalents for case management at $60,000 each for wages and benefits. And because we are looking at a facility that would be a permanent location, we have asked for $30,000 to help with contracted services we can't do on our own for things like architecture, engineering, or contractors to develop that facility. And of course, there is some indirect costs related to our fiscal sponsorship with United Way, and we want to be transparent about that so you all can see that. If we were to move this into a permanent project down the road, and that was something that After the first year, the council felt you got that return on investment, and this is a way that you'd like to continue to invest. We could pivot from seasonal shelter and pop-up shelter into a permanent location and utilize those funds to provide 24/7, 365 round-the-clock security for the facility we would put together, as well as a one-block radius around that, which is many partners in that area. We would keep those case managers, and of course, there is still that component for the backbone support and fiscal agent. Now, if a public-private partnership is secured, the COC is poised to secure bridge funding for development of this property that I've discussed that's located within a block of other supportive services, yet it's tucked away from the busy downtown traffic. And a feasibility study that's already been done on that property indicates the project can likely be completed with less than $3 million in total funding start to finish. And various development incentives, tax credits, and infrastructure funding could be pooled, leaving only the purchase price of $500,000 to be covered in a capital campaign supported by private donors. Randy Hafer at High Plains Architects is partnering with the COC to explore options as well for historic renovation and revenue-neutral investments in energy efficiencies that do significantly cut operational costs, like solar hot water for showers and rainwater collection for toilet flushing and hand washing. The COC has a proven track record of caring for these highest utilizers of services in a manner that's consistently praised by neighbors, law enforcement, community leaders, and first responders. We have developed a gold standard for warm, safe, dry shelter even in a pandemic. Night after night, month after month, we successfully sheltered dozens of people who were beyond the scope of care that other organizations provide, including those who had tested positive for COVID-19. Many of our guests are active substance users, utilize wheelchairs and walkers, struggle with severe behavioral health challenges, and sometimes a combination of all three. But our exemplary safety record, whether at a motel or a church basement, clearly demonstrates how the COC offers a wise investment for the public safety mill funds that are designated for mental health and substance abuse services. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, Carrie, just to clarify on your phase one, this really doesn't contemplate any private funding. The 447 would be all in expenses, but only from the city, right? There's no other private partner involved here.
Yes, we've chosen, because of the way that a lot of the proposals with Substance Abuse Connect do already go towards the county, we've chosen to just focus here at the city because of the partnership the city's provided in the past around homelessness and the fact that the county is already funding mental health and substance abuse services. We didn't want to compete with that and wanted to look at this new pool of revenue and how that might be able to be used in tandem with what the county is doing on substance abuse and behavioral health.
Okay. Questions for Carrie? You guys have gone strangely quiet. I understand Councilmember Boyette because he wants to go to bed, but Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Purington.
Yeah, so there's another group called Off the Street that already has a building downtown. Are you working with them at all?
Yes, so Off the Streets has been a partner in the Continuum of Care. Obviously, that was a project that was stood up originally by the Continuum of Care, and the site director from that project has chosen to make its own nonprofit. They've always been part of our low barrier shelter task forces. Where I think there may be a difference of opinion here is that many of our partners have suggested that we start small and be sure that we can cover operational costs for a facility like this. And so our facility would be about 16,000 square feet, and the facility that you're hearing about through the new corporation of Off the Streets is a 45,000 square foot facility. And we just don't think that that's possible even to operate a building at that capacity, let alone the programs inside the building, and we want to make sure that first and foremost direct services are being provided.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Purington and Neese.
So, Carrie, do you know how many people have died on the streets of Billings due to exposure in the past 2-3 years?
I can only tell you since we operated Off the Streets, the answer is none, 0. I know every year we do have a homelessness vigil around the holidays to raise awareness on that. I haven't been part of that. Riverstone Health leads that effort, but I do know for sure that during the 14-month period, which was over 2 winters, that we operated off the streets as well as that church basement, we did not have anyone lost due to weather-related exposure.
So, well, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So I'm kind of picking up on what the mayor had. On phase one, the almost $500,000, that would be the total, subtotal of the public safety mill levy, mills levied. And then phase two, is that a second year of that, which would be another almost $500,000 for funding without any private partnership at all with that? Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Not quite. So the first year, that phase one, really this is the immediate need that we know we have right now that exists this winter. And so we wanted to really provide you some options for how to meet that need. It doesn't mean that you have to, give all of that amount, but you can see how all of that amount dovetails together in one proposal. In that phase two, that would be once we have a facility up and running, and to do so, we would have a lot of private donors to help us get to that point, as well as the bridge funding is from a private entity that's not a public entity, and we have other partnerships as well. So really what we would do on that facility with the help of Randy Hafer and the feasibility study that's already been done is look at what kind of incentives exist for energy efficiency, for example, or this would be located in the downtown TIF. What does that look like? I know that with Off the Streets Motel, there was some funding through CDBG that has been given back that needs to be spent. And so how could we look at that potentially for a future facility? But the phase two, it shifts the cost from a seasonal model and reinvests it into services that help all of the partners who would exist in that facility, as well as the neighbors in the area and the other nonprofits within a block of that facility.
So finally, you say a lot about partners, but we haven't heard anybody named. It sounds like it may be just, I don't know that you have anything solid. So I would, just as we had made comments before, is that I think there's a plan there, but it doesn't seem very concrete. Because if it's going to be a public-private partnership, then I think the city needs to be aware of who those other partners are and that they are committed to helping out with that plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Carrie, the question I had is similar to what I asked Kristen, is the, how are you going to measure the outcomes? What are your measurements? How are you going to report the results to us? Is there, again, savings to the city in this? And that, can you kind of explain a little bit about how you would go about kind of letting us know how we can report what you've done as far as towards the mental health funding that the taxpayers gave us?
Yes, so what's great about the work the COC has already done without any form of public support is this coordinated entry system. And it is part of a statewide coordinated entry system that looks at community to community, how folks are moving, where they're best supported, and where they are most likely to succeed. And so in that coordinated entry system that we have stood up, we have 16 partners entering data collectively into this system. And they use a uniform assessment. All of them use the same assessment to look at when folks come into the system, what are their needs? How do we prioritize those needs? Should they be put on a by name list for case conferencing, which meets every other week, so that we can really put wraparound teams around the most complex individuals. And so we have assessed over 2,300 people through that system since we stood it up in 2018. We did have an outside evaluator come in 2020 to do an assessment for us on the homelessness and housing supports in Yellowstone County based on this data, as well as some outside partner input. And we're updating that as well right now. Again, not with any sort of public support, just through our own efforts and our own partners to get you data on how COVID and how the sheltering efforts we did it off the streets changed the look at that. And so we already have that system in place. We already have outside evaluators in place, and we're bringing you that information and an update on it here within the next month.
Okay, Mayor, another question. Go ahead. Is your You mentioned about a savings of $10,000 or $10 million a year. Is this plan effectively going to be just in the downtown area, or would this serve the entire city, the Heights, the West End, Rims, things like that?
So we do need to start somewhere, and we believe that the downtown does have that highest propensity for need, but you're right in that satellite services are needed in neighborhoods all throughout the city. And so if this proves successful and we show that the return on investment is there the way we have already seen with Off the Streets and the church basement project, then we anticipate we may be able to look at funding supportive services centers elsewhere, maybe not to the scale with shelter and permanent supportive housing attached, but perhaps on a satellite supportive services scale, community by community, neighborhood by neighborhood, based on what that need is, using the data, again, that we already have in coordinated entry to determine where is the best investment right now with the most need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Carrie? Not seeing any on this end, Carrie. Thank you. I guess I do have a question. $447 or $447,000 is the phase one ask. What would you do if you got a lot less than that? Is there a scaled down plan B? Do you have access to other private dollars? Obviously, I'm not being specific about how much less, but some significant quantity that's less, and not the whole amount. What does that mean for this project?
So you can see it broken out there in phase one, but essentially if you were to take this 420,000 from the 2 mills that would be collected and you were to grant the 200,000 to Substance Abuse Connect and say provide the 220,000 that's left to the Continuum of Care, being the 2 big coalitions doing this work, we could provide that seasonal shelter for the 6 months, as well as look at the pop-up shelter for the Code Blue time. We also might be able to look at where can we work together for funding on case management. Is there another pool that we might be able to draw from there? Or for example, at the county, we know that $950,000 has been requested of those 1.2 mills for mental health. Is that a place where we might be able to look at for those case managers? Or is there a place where working together with Substance Abuse Connect, it might make sense to jointly fund things like this? We're definitely open to exploring, any option here that really helps get these folks off the street this winter, especially at the most dangerous time. But the key being, we don't want to just shelter people and not have a way to move them along. And our case management system really is strained at this point in terms of getting everyone out. Our by name list alone usually has somewhere between 140 to 160 people on it, of those people who have been assessed, that have already been prioritized for case conferencing on a bi-weekly basis. And so we can definitely use more case management.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, council, we have we waded into the substance abuse, mental health, and housing area, but we haven't talked about the other 13 proposals that were in our packet. What's our pleasure? And what's your pleasure? What else do we have to do? Let's move on, which would mean call it a wrap on this item. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Have we still haven't had remind me, I get so confused. Have we had our public comment on item number 2? We haven't. Okay, so we need to do that, and appreciate everybody's patience out there. So let's open this up for public comment on item number 2. Please come forward if you'd like to add your great wisdom on this item. Please just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and even if you need no introduction, we need your name and address. Mr. Tao.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tom Tao. I live at 2739 Gregory Drive South, Billings, Montana. I just want to say I really support anything you can do to help the homeless. My concern is that we're headed for maybe a crisis. I'm worried about where we are. Let me tell you why. one of the most creative things that we have done in this city, I think, started by the hospitals who, 15, 20 years ago, created the crisis center. That was a really great idea, very creative and very successful in helping the homeless, helping save money with our police and fire, ambulance services, and I think that was great. We thought it was good when the county, not the city, but the county came in and said, we want 3.2 mils to fund the crisis center and the hub, and that passed. And 85% of that went into the crisis center. That's great. They got substantial funds and they worked quite well. Now the county, in its wisdom or lack of wisdom, dumped the hub and reduced the funding for the crisis center from something like that money had grown, by the way, that 3.2 million, from their 85% of about $1 million a year to $315,000 in the county's budget. And they probably can't exist very long unless they have something like $900,000. I don't know where they're going to get it. But at any rate, I'm very concerned about that. If we lose the crisis center, it's not going to be good for the city. I really believe the measure of a society is in a large part measured by how well they treat their poorest and most unfortunate citizens. And if we aren't doing something for the homeless, we're in trouble. Another part of that is what has happened in recent times, and Carrie just told you a little bit about that. That's great. We did get a genuine place to help the homeless with that motel. And that worked quite well till they got some sewer problems. And then probably also it was just too expensive. They didn't have the funds to operate the system. Some $80,000 a month, they figured, really to do the job. Well, that's gone. They moved 39 people into First Church in the basement. That was helpful, but that's gone. We couldn't meet the fire requirements. Don't have showers in the morning. They don't have a sprinkler system and a whole bunch of other things. Well, what are we going to do? Let me tell you about some numbers. The homeless right now are in something like this. I get from talking with Carrie, talking with Marcy Neary of the Crisis Center. We have something around 73, 75 people every day that are homeless. And that's after about 140 to 160 people are taken in by the rescue mission. But the rescue mission doesn't take everybody and doesn't serve everybody. They don't have facilities for handicapped people. So anybody on a wheelchair or crutches that they can't get around and up the stairs, they aren't helped. And mostly it's, frankly, drunk, intoxicated people who nobody wants. And I don't blame them. Nobody does want them. They're a problem. And yes, many of them also have health problems, mental health problems, and physical health problems. And the result of that is they are very difficult to take care of. And it's not unusual that they don't get taken care of at the rescue mission. Well, the crisis center takes them in. They do. But they're limited. They have 18 beds after their renovation that they've just completed. They have 18 beds. They have 18 chairs in their waiting room, and they've got them now so that they can recline, and they can probably be used for a bed. So now we've really got 36.
And Tom, here, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, just because we've gone
You're
beyond the
right.
3
You've
minutes.
been here a long time, and I hate to take any more of your time, so I will. What I'm trying to say is we've got a deficiency. We cannot, I come up with the numbers of 39 people. That's on an average, but and it's up and higher and lower, but there's 39 people we can't take care of. We need to take care of those people. I just ask you, do whatever you can to help. And yes, I do support Carrie Boiter's efforts. I think she's doing a great job. We've got to have some care for those, there's some shelter for those people. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
And I was trying to get some of my material to you this afternoon, but it didn't work very well. I'll keep trying, and maybe I can get that
Fine.
system to work.
Please do.
Okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South, Mayor and Council. If you believe in the Maslow's hierarchy of human needs and have seen that played out, and I think we see it played out on our streets, that really shelter, water, food, are the basics before we as humans can develop spiritually, develop emotionally, psychologically. And when we are coming into this season without any shelter, basic shelter for a lot of people, it makes me very sad. And I've been involved in this issue since the MRM changed their barriers for people suddenly. And a bunch of us in Billings got involved in caring for people on the streets all night long for a number of months in the past years. I really ask that you consider that we really already have a model of what can be done. It wasn't perfect, but the fact that the shelter that was stood up by the COC did in fact cut police calls, did in fact provide basic shelter, and not only just shelter, but showers and the ability to wash clothes, these basic needs that and rest. When we get those things, we're able to go on with life. We're able to change ourselves. We're able to believe in goodness and able to think a little on higher levels. When we don't have basic shelter, we think on survival level only. And that gets us all in trouble. So I ask you to remember that we already have an example by the COC in that sheltering. And I think it was a great piece of work. It was done so fast. And like I say, it wasn't perfect. And yet it was the initial model for you to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on this item? On item number 2? There's nobody else on the line, I'm assuming? Okay, we'll close our public comment period. I'll come back to council, but I'll start with Chris. Just a question. Tom Tao mentioned, and I have no idea if it was accurate, but that the cost of Officer Street was around $8,000 a month, which would be about $960,000 a year. The ask here is half of that. So has staff done any sort of vetting of the proposal to come to any conclusions about the details, the accuracy of the numbers, pros, cons, catches? This is, since we don't have Councilmember Treaky's hired staff expert to do it, that leaves it to our existing staff. Has anybody at staff tried to drill down into the details of this at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilman, okay, so back to council. Councilmember Purington, how do you want to proceed?
Chris, have you been able to get that report, the study that was done at the Crisis Center?
Trying to recall which one, which.
Well, there was a study that was done, I guess, about what goes on at the Crisis Center, their numbers, and kind of like our CPSM, except it was on the Crisis Center. I don't know if that was conducted through the state or who conducted that, but it's my understanding that they had a study done.
So this, I may be speaking out of school. I have not seen it. My presumption is it's a public document, but I don't know that for sure. I wouldn't imagine it would be hard to get our hands on.
Thank you. Councilmember Nice?
This is for Gina, because I think you were involved in writing the language of the ballot. Did that get changed, like Carrie said, to include housing? Because remember there was some discussion and we went kind of back and forth, and I don't remember if it included housing or not.
I don't believe it did, but I have it. I can look it up real quick.
Okay.
And I think Carrie was saying it was removed, not that
Correct.
it was added in.
I think she came back. I think she came back just to try to get us to add it back in, and I don't. And again, if we didn't add it back in, then
I think,
okay.
and I think she acknowledged that. Chris, did
Yep, that's, I mean, I can go back over all the versions, and yes, I think, I don't doubt what Carrie described tonight is exactly the dates in which she saw the change, and there was a deliberate conversation, there was a request on COC's part that we put housing back in, but we didn't. I will say, though, in a broad sense, we tried to speak very openly. We said continuously that the 2 mills would be towards services that would ultimately help reduce crime and cut our costs long term. If housing was a critical part of that it wasn't excluded from it, but the target was substance abuse and mental health.
Okay, thank you.
And the
Okay,
language,
thank you.
and the language included mental health and substance abuse services and related public safety expenses, but not specifically
Thank you.
housing.
Okay. Council?
I'm sorry, Mayor, maybe one piece that would be helpful to try, is there any different, we got clarity on the information bringing back on the 20th relative to relative to the behavioral health units, right? Be specific about the program, written description about the program and the budget. Is there anything additional you would like that evening related to substance or related to the continuum of cares proposal that you have in front of you?
I would like staff's input, whatever staff thought. We've heard proposals from Continuum of Care, and we appreciate a written proposal, which is really nice. But there hasn't, as you just admitted, been any chewing on this by staff. And I just personally would always value staff's input. Whoever at staff has the time and ability, interest, and expertise to give us their input. That's my personal thought, not speaking for the rest of the council. Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up because I agree. I think these are kind of nice ideas, but that doesn't give it a lot of substance. And I think that's where I think we need to direct staff to move forward is put an RFP out on this. They will then provide us exactly what we are looking for. It'll be the meat, the potatoes of what needs to be done and what they're going to do. And I think we need to get that RFP out as soon as possible so we can get back as soon as possible so we can actually evaluate some of these different programs that people have. And with the understanding that maybe if they ask, like this one is asking for over $400,000, may not get it all, we may divide the money up like the county has done. But I think we need to have this out as an RFP so we get this stuff back to us.
Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to support the two comments that were made by the mayor and Councilmember Nice. One of the things, and I know that we haven't seen the crisis units really fleshed out, is that, yeah, I it's not clear to me what happens to this person. They're in crisis, the team arrives, they have all of this, but then what do they do with them? They can't go to the emergency room, or we're not going to make any savings. So I guess that component, and I didn't ask that because we haven't got it fleshed out very well. And so where do they go? This person isn't presumably just going to sit them back down on the sidewalk? I don't know. So I think that's a part of it I don't understand. Where's this person going to go? Are they, so anyway, I'd just like to support those comments already made. Thank you.
Can I recognize Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you. I think you heard these comments earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate that I, as much as possible, would really love a breakdown on the funding from the county mills. So I think that would help educate me in terms of how we can best partner with them. So I don't know if that's Substance Abuse Connect brings that forward, but Chris, I want to specifically mention it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowan.
I think it might be helpful to understand on the behavioral response teams, Councilmember Joy's comments made me think of this, of sort of the scope, right? Because I think we keep talking about behavioral response as homelessness response, and I don't think that's true. I would imagine the behavioral response will go to potential suicide calls or, other mental health crises around the community that are not about homelessness, but are about stabilization or referral, transfer to the PAC for a PAC eval, something to that effect. So I think it's important that we understand whether this is going to be very narrow or very broad in scope. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Chiriqui, Councilmember Rupsis.
I will just reiterate the fact that even if we put in an RFP, if we're going to do that as a council of 11 people without, staff support, I think that's an impossible task. I mean, can you imagine sitting in this meeting and hearing proposals from 20 different NGOs in our community and trying for us to work through all of that? It's not possible. We will need staff to work with the community to help us figure out how to move forward in this area. I do not see any way to do that kind of a process without somebody who is knowledgeable and an expert in this area. And the mayor's comments about this proposal here right now, really highlights that. This is something that came to us in response to the fact that we have 2 mills, whereas the behavioral response thing is something that just happened to show up at the same time that we had 2 mills available. 2 very different processes.
Councilor Rupsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to support Councilmember's niece impulse that we need some type of structured process to get through this. I don't know that it has to be a formal RFP. I think we've got 2 very good, solid concepts out here that have been worked on by various entities for a long time. I happen to be fairly comfortable with Carrie's proposal. She sat down with me for 2 hours and, fired away and I don't think I said more than 2 words the whole time, so you guys can probably imagine. But I have almost no idea what the Substance Abuse Connect or the crisis response was talking about tonight. I have no concept of really what we're talking about there. So it's got to be more than a one-pager. I don't think, for me personally, that this decision has to be made of A or B before July 1st. So if we don't have to cram it in on, June 20th and feel like that's the night that we have to make a decision, let's take a month. Let's get a work session scheduled where we can actually have the 2 of them here presenting what they would present in an RFP, a formal proposal, and lay it all out. Let's give them some guidelines on this is the types of things that we want to see to the level of detail with what types of feedback loops and accountability measures are in there. Lay it all out and let's have them, come and present them, and then we can make that decision then. We're going to know more tomorrow after the votes come in about how much money we might have to spend. I just don't think that it's something that we have to rush through. I think we've got a couple good options. As with all things, there's more projects out there than we have funds. It's going to be a tough decision, but I don't want to rush it, and I don't feel like I have any idea of what was being presented here tonight.
Councilmember Preachman?
And I'm glad you said that, Tom, because I agree. And I think so far we've got about 3 people over there that are saying the same thing. And even with Kendra bringing up what the county has added to the COC is that I do want to hear what their other partnerships involved. And it's not just partnerships in philosophy, but partnerships with cold cash too, because we need to know who else is going to be funding this over the years. So I agree that it does not need to be rushed, because it does need to start formulating some sort of a policy if we're going to continue with this, because we have those mills that are going on in perpetuity. But anyway, so I feel like we need to come up with something a little bit more solid than just say, well, we've got all these plans and we've been working on them, but we have to have it by July 1. And you're going, well, we haven't seen the plans yet. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bernice, and then we'll declare this item complete.
Well, thank you,
For the
Mayor, for
night?
giving me the last word.
Yes.
I agree with Councilmember Joy when she mentioned about looking at this thing and really, I mean, that's one of the reasons I had these questions about outcome is, what's going to happen and how are we going to resolve this? Where are these people going to go, in that? So I think if we ignore the housing part, we're missing some things. If we ignore, the other, the mental health in different areas of the town, like you mentioned, some of the suicide issues and stuff, we're missing some of that. And I agree with you, Tom, 100%. I think that we have time. I think we can wait on this. But what we don't know is we don't know. If we put it out for an RFP, we may get someone at a completely different organization that may come up and say, here's been successful in this, or this is how, maybe this is a whole complete package that covers the housing to the MRTs. And so I think that we need to do that, one for the knowledge, and the other is, I think for procedurally, if we're going to spend taxpayer dollars, we should be able to say, yeah, we put it out for bid, this is what we got, and we followed, this is the best options we had, instead of just picking and choosing, who happened to come up and hear that we were actually, hey, we got some extra money, so come apply for it. And I'd rather see us do it legally through a process that way. So that's the reason I'm asking for an RFP.
Okay. That's the end then of item number 2. Item number 3 is sort of a forecast of upcoming agenda items. We've got more than enough at our meeting in a week. Chris, you want to give us any heads up on
Got budget amendments coming up first, so we talked about some of those components there. You've got some utility water resale rate and solid waste collection disposal landfill fees. So I don't think there's any surprises there, but those are components. And then you've got a series of land use decisions that are on. Wyeth's indicated, at least in the process so far, those land use decisions aren't coming with a rash of controversy associated with them, but land use decisions are always, significant. So the agenda does look daunting. There's 11 action items on it. Some of them are clumped together, but yeah, we got a full agenda a week from tonight.
Chris, just a quick question on the consent agenda was the Terrace Estates, I might get the name right, land swap in the Heights along Alkali Creek. I just glanced at the staff report. I didn't see new information from the last meeting. Has something happened on that? So
staff met with the property owners, 3 of them on Friday morning, and Public Works is giving another look at the project. Candidly, it really is, there isn't a significant positive or negative on the park side of the equation with all the dynamics. Planning is weighed in this afternoon. Wyeth did. Debbie's going to give us some feedback as to when she's circling back to Public Works. And the applicant said if the staff is not going to recommend approval, their request is that we just take it off the agenda. Now, I think from a procedural standpoint, that likely won't be the right thing to do because we've got an RFP we put out there. So we'll need to wrap it up some way other than just take it off the agenda. But yes, it does appear to be in limbo as we're looking at it, and the packet needed to go out. So.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Neese?
Same topic as, did we hear anything back on the county as far as any of the issues as far as how this land swap had to involve the county, whether they were in agreement and needed that extra bridge land and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, Wyeth can cover the land use side of it. There isn't some necessity to the swap to making it work for what's already been done with the bridge.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, away from this, the last thing is, because I just don't want you caught by surprise, the 11th item is a set of parcels. This is not the full question to the initiative from Councilmember Rupsis, but we've got parcels we would like council to let us get moving on, putting on the market, like City Hall, like some other parcels that we don't think are in question. We need to, they're following through on the process related to disposing of property. So take a look at that. Don't wait until next Sunday to take a look at that. That's the last item.
Follow up there, and then Councilor Rupsis, you want to comment on that? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, number 11 was the 9 city-owned parcels.
Oh, I'm sorry,
for
that's the terrace estates. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. We took it off consent. I'm sorry, I just messed that up. Yes, the last item there is the terrace estates. It's not. All right, I worry, no, that's coming on a future agenda.
That's future. Scratch that.
Yeah. I was confused by the 9 because I think there's 3, right? We're bringing 3 to you soon to get on the market.
Okay.
But the 9.
Anything we can do later, that's good.
It's terrace estates, thanks.
Councilor needs something else?
And regarding those parcels and Rupsis's initiative, are we going to have a work session to talk about that and discuss that before it comes on the actual agenda for approval?
Yes, well, for the Rupsis, the broader thing, absolutely, it'll be, but we haven't even touched, there hasn't been much. There's been some work behind scenes with GIS. There's some really good work going on there, but yes, that'll be a work session discussion. These parcels that'll come to you in the next few weeks are obvious. City Hall, we need to, and retail spaces tied to Park One, projects like that we need to fund.
We talked about in the past.
These are tied to the City Hall project.
Okay, thank you.
Frankly.
Okay, so technically, we need to have an opportunity for public comment on item number 3. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on our future agenda as just discussed? If so, please come forward. Nobody is, so we'll close public comment on item number 3. Public comment on, general items of council discussion. No? Okay, so is there any public comment on non-agenda items? Yay! The most patient man in the city of Billings.
Gentlemen and ladies, thank you. It's been a while since I've been before City Council.
And now you know why.
Been here many times. To talk a little bit about 406 Pride, 501c3, right down the street here on 27th Street.
I apologize. Yes, I was.
406 Pride, 310 North 27th.
Your name.
Yeah.
Walt Duncan, 941 Constitution Avenue, Billings. So 406 Pride came into being a few years back. We have worked with the at-risk community. We are speaking to the gender sexuality alliances in all the high schools and below at this point in time and bringing them together. The community has told me, I'm the president of 406 Pride, that we want to have a celebration, we want to have a Pride celebration, not in the park. We want to be downtown, we want to be under Sky Point, we want to be able to feel like we belong to this community and make connections. So on June 25th, 406 Pride is sponsoring a parade and a festival all day long under Sky Point downtown Billings. With that in mind, Mayor Cole, 3 times over the history of Billings that I've been able to collect, the mayor has issued a proclamation for Pride. I did email you this, but I wanted to make sure that you got these because I know that with your 20th meeting, come Pride on Saturday, have a beer, relax a little bit, enjoy yourself. But I know you've got a lot of work ahead of you. So I brought these for your reference. I'm asking, please, if you would consider in your heart and center to recognize our at-risk community, the LGBT community, and let them know that Billings accepts us as part of the community and let us grow and be a greater part of the community.
And I did print that today. I haven't looked at it, but I'm assuming we could do something.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Thank you very much. And boy, we apologize for making you sit there, but I hope you've learned something. Oh,
Watch out.
Well, that means we can keep going until Councilmember Boyette has to leave for the, yeah, oh man. We appreciate your service, Councilmember. That concludes then our agenda for this evening. Thank you again for your hard work and patience.